Good evening, trustees. Welcome to the June 2025 regular board meeting. If I may ask everyone who's able to please stand for land acknowledgement and national anthem. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Thank you. Trustees, at this time, we would like to move for the approval of the agenda. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Trustee Williams, Trustee Nunziata. Any discussions on the agenda?
Motion to the agenda, please.
Okay, Trustee Earhart would like to add a motion as an emergency motion. It's been circulated already. Do we have a seconder for it?
I'd ask my trustee colleagues if anyone would be willing to second it, so I'm posting on the regulatory registry. Thank
Trustee
you.
McLean is seconding it. Now, trustees, this is just to add to the agenda. If it's successful, then it will be added to the end of the agenda as the item. So we'll need 2/3 of people agreeing to amend the agenda to add this item to the agenda as an emergency motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, hearing none, that's been added to the agenda as the last item on the agenda for the day. Any other discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, now that the agenda has been amended, can I have all those in favor of the amended agenda?
Aye.
Thank you. Anyone opposed? Okay, trustees, that's carried. We would like to, can I have that decision to be reopened because we wanted to make a change to the order of the agenda as well. Can I have someone to move to reopen that decision? Trustee Didovitis, Trustee Dawson, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Trustees, because the budget item is critical, we would like to move that item as the first thing after the confirmation of minutes, and then the special education item to follow right after, because these two items are for approval. The other three items of consent are for receipt. In order for us to finish businesses today that will effectively help staff to continue with the work, it makes sense to have both 14.4 as the first item we discuss and 14.51 as the second item, and the rest of the items will follow in the order. If that is okay, can I have a mover and a seconder for that change? Trustee Williams, Trustee Pay, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried as well. Thank you. Now that was an amendment to the agenda. Can I have a mover and a second? Sorry, we already have a mover and a seconder for the agenda. Can we have all those in favor of the accepting the amended agenda?
Aye.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Now the agenda has been approved. We move on to celebrations. Trustees, this evening we will begin with remarks about 2 heritage months, history months being celebrated this June. Italian Heritage Month and Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month. We're also marking National Indigenous History Month as well as Pride Month all month long. So we will have trustees speak on these Heritage Month celebrations. To start, I would like to ask Trustee Pei to share remarks about the Italian Heritage Month at TDSB.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Buonasera, and thank you joining the TDSB in celebrating Italian Heritage Month, a tradition we upheld since June 2012. Ontario is home to more than 1.3 million Italian Canadians, and Italian Heritage Month is also recognized across province through the Italian Heritage Month Act, passed in 2010. Next slide, please. This year's TDSB theme is La Dolce Vita, celebrating the sweet life of an Italian culture. Embracing life to the fullest means enjoying a simple meal, made with a few modest ingredients, enriched with love, and shared with family and friends, often with music in the background, and focus on living in the moment. Italian culture values art, fashion, elegance, and a balanced lifestyle, all of which are reflected in this year's theme. An in-person celebration was held on June 9th at Newton Brook Secondary School to mark Italian Heritage Month. Students and the staff participated in the lively production featuring dance, song, and personal stories about their Italian heritage. Let's enjoy a brief video from the event. A heartfelt thank you to the TDSB Italian Heritage Month executive leads, Maya Posetti, Jack Negro, and Dominic Giorgi, and to Chair Shan and Director Latouche for their remarks. Special congratulations to committee members Peter Gazzalone and Laura Polidora for organizing such an outstanding production. The full video will be available on the TDSB website shortly. Next slide, please.
Buongiorno, everybody. My name is Peter Gazzalone, and thank you so much for joining us for the Italian Heritage Month Assembly. I'm joined here with my sister, Laura Polidoro, and we are the organizers of this month's assembly.
We're very excited to showcase some drama, some music, some choir, some dancing. We're really excited to have all of you here today.
Hey, my name is Sandro, and I'm a student at Newton Brook. Today we're kicking off Italian Heritage Month. My favorite part about being an Italian, I was born and raised there for 7 years. My favorite thing about Italy is the culture, the food, the music, and being a part of such a beautiful country.
Hello, my name is Sofia, and as an Italian, my favorite thing is the food, especially cannelloni, and the community and when we all get together.
And we are here at Newton Brook Secondary School, celebrating Italian Heritage Month. Today is a fun day. We have lots of music, dancing, lots of food. So happy to be celebrating with staff, students, and family members.
Yeah. Oh, fun fact time. Rome is the capital of Italy now, but it was also the capital of the entire Roman Empire. We're talking gladiators and chariots and emperors. Totally epic.
And one of the joint projects that we have with Ontario Seniors Month is an initiative where some of our students will be creating postcards for our nonnos and nonnas at Villa Colombo Seniors Home in Toronto. So we are looking forward to sharing that joy with them. And finally, I will say that with the 7,000 Italian identifying students and 3,000 employees of TDSB of Italian Heritage, siamo tutti orgogliosi della nostra identità italiana.
Buona fortuna, buona giornata. Thank you.
Ciao tutti.
Ciao.
Honoring seniors is a deeply rooted value in Italian culture. Preserving traditions through cooking, singing, and dancing is a way of keeping heritage alive across generations. In addition to Italian Heritage Month, June is also Senior Month in Ontario to celebrate students from Deer Park Junior and Senior Public School and the Joyce Public School created postcards featuring Italy's national flower, the white lily. Those postcards were shared with the residents of Villa Colombo home for the aged in Toronto, a beautiful gesture of intergenerational connection and appreciation. Educators can find a variety of Italian Heritage Month resources in the TDSB Professional Library. And finally, please follow us on social media for more updates on the celebrations, X Twitter, Italian Per One, and Instagram, Italian Heritage TDSB. Grazie, thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Page. At this time, I would like to invite Trustee Williams to tell us a little bit about Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month celebrations at TDSB.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So it's an honor to present the Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month celebrations. If we can go to the first slide, please. Boa noite, and thank you for the opportunity to recognize Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month here at the Toronto District School Board. We've been celebrating this Heritage Month across the TDSB since 2011, and it's been officially recognized across Ontario since 2001. With the passing of the Celebration of Portuguese Heritage Act. Throughout the month of June, we honor the many contributions of the Portuguese-speaking community to Toronto and to Canada. At the TDSB, we are proud to have over 1,400 students who speak Portuguese and their mother tongue as primary language. This enriches our educational landscape and fosters an environment of inclusivity and understanding in our schools and communities. Next slide, please. This year's TDSB theme is Fiesta of Foods. Fiesta means celebration in Portuguese, and no celebration is complete without food. A collection of favorite recipes has been compiled and is available for everyone to enjoy. TDSB staff can visit the Internal Heritage Month website to find these delicious recipes and try them at home and with your family and friends. Next slide, please. To mark Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month, an in-person event was held at the Gallery of Portuguese Pioneers. Special thanks to the organizing committee for planning an outstanding event featuring guest speakers, Professor Gilberto Fernandez from York University and Chef Michael Maduris. Each speaker shared words of encouragement and reflected on their professional journeys, inspiring all who attended. Next slide, please. As part of this month's festivities, all trustees, students, staff, and members of the TDSB community were invited to attend the annual Portuguese parade that took place on Saturday, June 7th. This parade celebrates Portugal Day, which is recognized around June 10th each year. In Ontario, June 10th is officially Portugal Day, chosen to honor Luís de Camões, a 16th century poet who helped shape the Portuguese language and literary tradition. This joyful and colorful parade was wonderful, a wonderful opportunity for Portuguese-speaking community to come together and showcase their heritage through traditional music, dance, and of course, delicious cuisine. Next slide, please. I'd like to take a moment to thank the TDSB Volunteer Planning Committee for its incredible work in organizing and supporting Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month. Resources related to this heritage can be found in the TDSB Professional Library. And don't forget to follow us on social media for updates and celebrations on X, formerly Twitter, at TDSB_PSHM. Obrigada. And I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you to you, Mr. Chair. And if you'll indulge me, Chair, I'd like to also acknowledge and appreciate the attendance of a large contingent of students from Rosedale Heights School of the Arts. And if I have an opportunity, I would love to share at some point one of my first experiences with the students at Rosedale Heights School of the Arts. So just welcoming our guests in the space.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Next, we will move on to National Indigenous History Month. I would like to invite Trustee Dawson as well as Indigenous Student Trustee Vestra to share some words about National Indigenous History Month at the TDSV.
Give me a second, please. Okay. Each June, the TDSB recognizes Indigenous History Month. Although a confusing month this year, it is a time to celebrate and honor Indigenous identities. With our presence currently under attack, it is a time to reflect on your shared responsibilities to advance truth and reconciliation. June 21st, National Indigenous Peoples Day, coinciding with the summer solstice. Solstice is a day of deep cultural and spiritual significance for many Indigenous communities. June 21st isn't just a day where institutions can claim they're enacting reconciliation. It's also a day for us to celebrate our own strength, voices, and culture. It's about being on our own lands as a community loudly and unapologetically. Whether we're out dancing at powwow or occupying Queen's Park, our presence remains firm on Mother Earth. All month long, the Urban Indigenous Education Center is hosting a series of powerful events and learning opportunities for students and staff. These include sessions with Carolyn Crawley on decolonizing relationships with the land. Alyssa and Conlin, please forgive my pronunciation. Delbert Sawchuk on Métis history through music, and Elder Blue Waters on Two-Spirit histories and contemporary realities. These experiences are more than events, they are invitations to listen, learn, and grow. Thank you.
The TDSB remains committed to Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This commitment is reflected in the work of the Urban Indigenous Education Center, the guidance of the Elders Council, and the release of the 2024 Annual Report for Indigenous Education. We're proud to support Kapapamachukwe Wandering Spirit School, founded by Elders Pauline Schurt and Vern Harper. What began as a vision for a culturally safe learning space has grown into a powerful example of Indigenous-led education. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to a fully Indigenized school that honors Indigenous languages, cultures, and ways of knowing. As we mark this month, we encourage everyone in the TDSB community to engage in reflection, learning, and action. Let us continue to center Indigenous voices and build relationships rooted in respect, reciprocity, and responsibility. To the Urban Indigenous Education Center, elders, knowledge keepers, and community partners, thank you. Your leadership continues to guide us forward. Wishing everyone a meaningful National Indigenous History Month.
Thank you, Indigenous Student Trustee Westra, as well as Trustee Dawson. Next, we would have some remarks related to celebrations of the Pride Month. I would like to invite Trustee Arts and Trustee Erhard to take us through those remarks.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So hi, everyone. Welcome. And every June, we are honored to recognize Pride Month. Time to celebrate the strength, creativity, and courage of the 2S LGBTQ community, of communities across Toronto schools and the City of Toronto. Pride Month is rooted in resistance and resilience. I note that this year, AGAL Canada has launched an awareness campaign called Hate is Not History. Because hate and abuse of the 2S LGBTQ plus community faces increasing hate, and this is not okay. Pride is a reminder that diversity is a gift, that every student, staff member, and family deserves a safe place to be seen and supported. They deserve to be included for their full authentic selves, included no matter who they love, how they identify, or how they express themselves. I invite you to visit AGAL's website for resources to support education and to combat disinformation. We began this month with a powerful moment of visibility and solidarity with the annual Pride flag raising right here at 5050 on May 30th. Sorry, can't actually see my screen very well. I'm going to do this. This event brought together students, staff, and community members to honor the 2S LGBTQ+ communities and reaffirm our shared commitment to equity and inclusion. Raising the Pride flag is more than symbolic. It sends a clear message to our students that you belong here, to our staff that you are valued, and to our communities that we are proud to stand with you. We hosted the annual Pride t-shirt design contest that invited students from across the TDSB to submit original artwork that celebrates 2S LGBTQ+ inclusion. The winning design on my beautiful t-shirt here is going to be featured on hundreds of t-shirts that will be worn across the system and will be worn by our contingent at the 2025 Pride Parade. Congratulations to all the students who shared their creativity and vision. Over to you, Trustee Erhard.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Can everyone hear me okay? So as Trustee Arts mentioned, the Toronto District School Board is thrilled to once again participate in the Toronto Pride Parade on Sunday, June 29th. This year, it's more important than ever to come to Pride, and this year we are all in. So students, staff, families, and allies are invited to join us as we walk, roll, and ride together in celebration of love, identity, and community. Whether you're on the float or marching alongside it, we hope you'll wear your colors proudly and help make this year's parade unforgettable. And so since we're mentioning marching with pride, I want to recognize some history. So 20 years ago, in 2005, MCC Toronto, that's Metropolitan Community Church, located in the ward I represent, for some years now they've been there, they led the Pride Parade as the honored group. MCC Toronto also, 30 years ago, in 1995, partnered with the Toronto District School Board to establish the Triangle Program, Canada's first high school for at-risk 2S LGBTQ+ students. This partnership took place with our honorable former Premier Kathleen Wynne, who was serving as a trustee at the time, with our now Mayor Olivia Chow, who was serving as a TDSB trustee at the time, and no title in front of his name, but no less great, former trustee John Campy, were the trustees that brought this forward and partnered with MCC to create this amazing high school and program that still sits in the ward I represent, supported by the ward that Trustee Dawson represents today. And because we're talking about pride and pride as a protest, I too want to acknowledge the students in this room wearing Students for Sketchley shirts. Your presence here honors what this month represents and honors Principal Sketchley with so much love and so much respect. So thank you for being here and challenging us all with your presence and your actions. Okay, so learning in action. Over the month, there have been learning opportunities related to 2S LGBTQ+ histories, identities, and the ongoing impact of homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia. These conversations are essential to building inclusive classrooms and affirming spaces for all. And thank you to Trustee Arts for providing us some additional resources with EGAL Canada. Gratitude and commitment to the Pride Month Committee, Gender-Based Violence Prevention Office, Equitable and Inclusive Schools team, and all those who have helped bring Pride Month to life across the TDSB, especially staff, caregivers, students, and trustees past and present. A big thank you. Your leadership helps lead the way for us all. So as we celebrate Pride, we also recommit to the work ahead, to creating schools where every student can thrive, where every identity is honored, and where we lead with love. Happy Pride Month, everyone.
Thank you, Trustee Arts and Trustee Earhart, for your remarks. Moving on, the rest of the agendas. The next one is my remarks. So good evening, everyone. I also want to welcome all the students from Rosedale Heights School of Arts for being here, for your participation and engagement. Thank you. And this is our final regular board meeting for the year. Hopefully the final board meeting as well. We have an important item today on the agenda, so I want to start off with that. We have a budget decision to make, so I want to take the time to first of all thank our FPEC chair, Trustee McLean, for all the hard work for many months, persevering through long meetings and all the meetings between the meetings and meetings on the side of the meetings to make things happen and to move us along. And also our Associate Director, Stacey Zucker as well, and the entire team and director and all the staff that have worked together. Trustees, also thank you for all your questions. All of your questions have helped us understand. Each of you bring a different perspective, maybe a different angle, maybe different experience, different demographics and representation that you bring those questions to the floor. Those long meetings have been very productive because we were able to learn from each other and hear from each other as well. So hopefully we will move on to a decision today. We at this point also want to reiterate that as a board, we continue to struggle with the structural deficit that has been created by chronic underfunding of the public school system, underfunding of items that needs to be funded, such as CPP and EI, underfunding of our special education program by the ministry, not just for our board, across the province. So all of those systemic issues have made our work really difficult, but we have persevered and continue to persevere to make sure our students are prioritized. So on that note, as many of you know, on May 29, the provincial government announced an act that is quote unquote called Supporting Children and Students Act, a bill that proposes sweeping changes to Education Act. If passed, this legislation would significantly expand Minister of Education's authority over school boards, including the power to take over school boards for financial or non-financial reasons, and mandate school resource office programs and override local decision on school renaming. I know many of us are very concerned about these changes. Many have expressed serious concern about what this would mean for local democracy, what this would mean for the community's voice within the school board. And as democratically elected people who the community has chosen to represent the interest, it is pretty alarming. And so we would definitely keep continuing to raise our concerns, as I have done in the past through a few media and community meetings. And we have taken some positions at the board already on some issues that I'm happy to continue to champion and explain why those decisions were made, and we'll continue on that path while we advocate for reversal of those proposed changes. While the government has emphasized this move as a move towards accountability, it raises concern about erosion of local democracy and silencing of community voices. We urge the province to work with, not around, the school boards to build a stronger and more equitable public education system in Ontario. Last week, it was a pleasure to host Minister of Education, Minister Calandra, at one of our schools at Centennial Road Junior Public School, and along with MPP Vijay Thanikasalam and school trustee Anushree Skandaraja and members of the school team, we were able to have the visit be part of a classroom experience. In fact, I would proudly say that class has a letter writing project where children have written to different celebrities and influencers and leaders, elected officials, and some of them have gotten responses and some of them haven't, but they will learn together, not only in terms of literacy and writing letter, but also how to engage in the community. And one of the letters was to the minister and to the previous minister as well. As you know, minister had changed, but this minister brought the response and was able to talk to the children in a candid way. And so it was a learning experience for all of us to learn from those children. At this point, I'm halfway through my remarks. I'll make it faster because there's a long agenda, but I want to take this time to actually say thank you to our student trustees who have championed many causes here. I want to thank student trustees Angelica Bell, Jenny Zing, Darian Vestra for your leadership, your advocacy, your presence, your perspectives, your influence on us, your support in helping us make decisions better, and your voice to have student voice present in this boardroom. So we wish you all the best in your next venture. We hopefully will see you in this room in one way or the other, influencing public education, shaping public education. So at this point, I want to take a break to quickly hand over a souvenir from TDSP to each of you, and to thank you for your contribution, and tell you that we'll be here for you if you need us, but we are also looking forward that you will be here for us, supporting us as well. Thank you. And if I can ask you to come forward, and if I can ask the director to join as well, and vice chair and Jim have a camera. Nick was upstairs. Nick was supposed to be. Go on.
Gotta go this way.
But it would be better. Okay, second.
Thank you again to our student trustees. I also would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Trustee Shelley Laskin, who has been selected as a recipient of the 2025 Dr. Harry Paikin Award of Merit from the Ontario Public School Boards Association. This prestigious award recognizes the exceptional service and commitment to public education. Trustee Laskin's 6 terms with the TDSP has been defined by advocacy and deep commitment to student success and well-being. On behalf of the board, congratulations, Trustee Laskin, on this well-deserved honor. Thank you, Trustee Laskin. This time, I'll finish off with an year-end thank you. As we close out 2024-2025 school year, I want to take the moment to thank all the people who have made this public education at TDSP a success and possible. I want to begin with students. TDSP students, thank you very much for your energy, ideas, your resilience. You are the reason we do this work. In fact, people assume that you are there to learn, but in fact, you are teaching many of us many lessons each day by your presence and by your activities and the way you have approached the world as well. So thank you to all the students and student leaders in our system. To TDSP staff, thank you very much for your dedication, care, commitment, and student success. Thank you, Director, and thank you to all the senior staff. We spent quite a bit of time together. Some of us probably spend more time than with our families as well. So thank you for taking all the time to do this work at TDSP, and we're very proud of the work that we've done this year together. To the families, caregivers, parents, guardians, thank you for your partnership and supporting throughout the school year. It's in fact, our schools are only functional because of your engagement in the system. To the local community members and partners, thank you for standing with us. I know there are lots of things that school would like to do but won't be able to do, and you fill in that gap and come in and complement our schools with great services. So thank you to all of our community partners, to the senior team and executive council, thank you for your leadership. And to my fellow trustees, thank you for your advocacy, collaboration, unwavering focus on our students. Together, we have navigated quite a few challenges this year, celebrated many successes, and continue to be building a stronger community together so that we can have student success and thriving schools. Thank you to every member of TDSP community for your commitment to public education. And with that, I conclude my chair's remarks. Thank you. Okay. Now we move on to reports from trustees appointed to external organizations. We'll start with student trustees report, and then we'll to, I think, yeah, we'll start with student trustees report.
Great. Good evening, everyone. So this is, of course, a very bittersweet moment. Is our last student trustee report as student trustees for the 2024 to 2025 term, and for myself from the previous year as well. Before we get started on our closing remarks, we'd like to go on within our student trustee report. So I'll pass it on to Jenny to begin.
All right, good evening. Just very simply, I just want to give a huge congratulations to the new Student Senate leadership team. The results were announced. Yeah.
Some of them are up there above us this year, from this year and this coming year as well.
The results were announced very recently, and we had a really good engagement of nearly 6,000 voters. So we're so excited for them to step into this new role within the TDSB.
Thanks, Jenny. Moving on to new business, I had the privilege to join fellow trustees, some of which are in this room today, at the keynote address for the BSA Showcase. The BSA Showcase of 2025 was really a collection of middle school students and middle school schools coming together in one space to celebrate their middle school BSAs. I had a wonderful experience being able to speak with those students, connect with those students, and be in community and student spaces. And it's really a highlight of the last couple of weeks, especially as I move towards graduation. Additionally, in terms of media and events, we also go over to the City of Toronto Summer Safety Announcement and Press Conference. I had the privilege on June 3rd, 2025 to attend the City of Toronto's press conference when it came to this city summer safety plan. So this particular work echoes the work that we've been doing within youth unemployment advocacy with the Toronto Youth Cabinet and our advocacy towards 10,000 new youth jobs, as it all interconnects between youth unemployment and the cases when it comes to the summer safety plan and ensuring students feel not only safe, but are in communities that allow them to flourish. And we connect back to that at our school board.
Moving on to TDSB Excellence Awards and speaking events, the incoming student trustees, Anaf Hassan, I apologize, and Celine Ojig were honored to speak at the annual TDSB Excellence Awards ceremony. They joined the celebration of this year's recipients who were recognized for their outstanding contributions to student achievement, well-being, and equity across the school board. This month, a story was released by the Toronto Star echoing our student trustee Bell's motion in support of R.H. King's November break.
So in honor of our last board meeting, we each wanted to give a farewell speech. So this school year has been an absolute wild journey for many reasons. It was my last year of high school this year. I turned 18 this year. But beyond all, I got the absolute honor of being a TDSB student trustee this year. There is a reason the word trust is within the title of student trustee. It's a reminder of all the students who have placed their trust in me. A reminder that I am entrusted to keep the best interests of all students at the forefront of my mind at all times. During every meeting, at every conference, with every task I was given as a student trustee, I have strived to be that voice for those very students. Whether that be providing feedback on policy consultations, attending Learning Center meetings with various students across the board, having discussions with other Ontario student trustees, or working with the Student Senate. This privilege to represent students has been nothing but magical. I want to take the time to thank my peers who believed in me and placed their trust in my hands. I want to thank the teachers, staff, superintendents, and trustees who welcomed me with open arms and offered encouragement at every single turn. You are truly the foundation that will continue to support student success. Finally, I want to thank my amazing co's, Angelica and Darian, whom I could not have done this without. So thank you so much. And as this journey comes to a close, I am humbled to have been able to say, I am so excited for the OSTA conference in Ottawa. I am honored to be able to say that I can't go. My meeting starts at 7. And I am humbled to be able to say I was a student trustee for the 2024-25 school year for the Toronto District School Board. This is Jenny Singh, signing out.
I don't even know what to say, honestly. Like, I couldn't even come up with anything heartfelt to say. I just wanted to thank all of you in this room first of all, for supporting me and getting me out of my comfort zone. I just want to acknowledge how much it's been an honor to serve the TDSB, not only the TDSB, but all the 240,000 students across the board. I'm just very overwhelmed with emotions right now because I never thought I would be standing here representing Indigenous students across the board. And I just don't know what to say. I just love all of you guys and everything that has happened with this term. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna try not to cry. Okay. When I ran for this position almost 3 years ago, I ran because I had a passion for public education. Public education is a phrase or a word that is used very often as we go throughout life, as you go throughout the K-12 education system and beyond. But education comes from a place of passion for me. It comes from a place as a student, as a leader, and as a peer. I'm privileged to stand in front of you as a twice elected student trustee for the Toronto District School Board, who genuinely appreciates the time and energy that is spent to represent my peers all across our city. The work that I've been able to do as a trustee will echo well beyond the time that I am right now at 18 years old. It'll echo between my time in post-secondary, my time when I hopefully go to law school, and my time well beyond that when I strive to become the director of education for this very school board. I stand before you in a room with so many students, trustees, adults, superintendents that share a part of my passion for public education. I'm so very grateful for my time that I spent within classrooms, my time that I spent within conference rooms, my time that my position as student trustee brought me all across this country to advocate for the pillars of equity, financial literacy, and educational advocacy within underserved communities. This time is very, very much bittersweet, as I said before, because education is something that constantly needs to be advocated for, to be cared for, and the 235,000 students that I'm leaving as I go on to post-secondary to attend the #1 HBCU in the States on a full ride, nearly $300,000 scholarship at Spelman in Atlanta. My heart is so very full. And I'm so grateful to each and every one of you for taking me under your wing and caring so deeply about the students that are sitting in this room before us and the students that might not even be able to ever enter this space, but they're here within our hearts. I'm so thankful. And I really don't know what to say without more crying. So I'm just gonna wrap up my speech here, just saying that when I ran for my first position, I used the mantra that my mother, that my parents that are sitting in the audience right now before me instilled within me, which is knowledge is power. And it's our collective advocacy, our collective knowledge building that's truly, truly powerful. And that's exactly what our school board, what our students, what our energy and our staff care about. And that's what I care about as a student trustee, who's so thankful for the space and time and the energy that you've all invested within me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our student trustees. We have learned quite a bit from you. We have gained a lot of knowledge and a lot of perspective from you. So thank you very much. And we continue to will take those lessons with us. Even if you're not in the boardroom, we'll remember the things that you've told us and told us to keep in mind as we make our decisions. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda. This is, again, I think we have reports from trustees appointed to external organization. I think Trustee Dawson, are you speaking on CNE?
Okay. As the TDSB representative on the Canadian National Exhibition Association since November 2022, I was very pleased to be able to attend the recent annual general meeting that was hosted in early June. The annual meeting was an opportunity for the membership to come together to get a chance to hear about how the 2024 event went, review the 2024 financial statements, appoint the auditor for the 2025 fiscal year, get a sneak peek at the 2025 program, and network with friends new and old from a diverse range of industries and organizations that are also part of the CNE's association. Not everyone may be aware that the CNE is a not-for-profit agricultural society and Canada's largest community event that is turning 146 years old in 2025. I'm pleased to report that not only is the CNE thriving, but as Canada's largest community event with an average of 1.5 million attendees, the small CNE year-round staff team have been working since the last X on debriefs of 2024 and planning and coordinating the delivering of another great diverse program for 2025. So mark your calendars for the 18 days of this year's fair, which will run from Friday, August 15th, through to Labor Day, Monday, September 1st. And not to forget the free kids agriculture program that the CNE is able to offer in the lead up to the fair. That includes horsecapades for camps, daycares, and families, but also a kids ag venture. And as usual, the CNE will also once again offer 600,000 free kids passes through school boards and directly online to families. And actually, the Kids Pass link goes live today. So you can visit the x.com/school-tickets/ to get your free kids passes. And of course, the school passes, which are distributed through school boards, including ours, go to the school offices with the intent of being inserted into the report card envelopes. I was so pleased, and I spoke about this last time, that the CNE approached me to help coordinate this year's Kids Pass art design to be from one of my schools, and that is Alexander Muir Gladstone Avenue School, which actually just happens to be the closest elementary school to the CNE. It became the first TDSB students to ever design the CNE's Kids Pass, which will be seen by hundreds of thousands across Southern Ontario. For 2025, I'm pleased to report that the CNE staff have done their best effort, as they always do, to balance fan favorite, much loved attractions and programs alongside exciting new additions. This year's fair will feature over 60 rides, 800 vendors, and more than 1,000 entertainers, along with incredible attractions we've come to love, like the CNE bandshell concerts, and some already announced, including Mariana's Trench, Loverboy, Dean Brody, and Sean Desmond, to name a few of them. The always popular Superdog Show and Kids World are back to entertain kids of all ages, and the food, the farm, shopping, arts, and heritage tours, a 50-50 community raffle, dancing, the e-gaming area, which was a huge hit last year, educational programming, competitions, and unexpected moments around every corner. When so many young people are looking for their first jobs or more experience, the CNE and its partners are able to offer 5,000 summer positions to youth. With all of that, the CNE provides an economic impact in the GTA of $112 million. So I encourage you all to take in all the CNE has to offer this summer, and let's go to the X.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Before we go on to Director's Leadership Report, we also have a short presentation from Special Education Advisory Committee Chair, Dr. David Lapowski.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Just have a moment. Good evening. For those watching this meeting and who don't know, I'm chair, my name is David Lepovsky, and I'm chair of the Special Education Advisory Committee of the Toronto District School Board. 40,000 of the students at this school board are students with disabilities or special education needs. Among them are the students who are the most vulnerable and in some cases the most underserved at the board. Our committee's mandate is to come to you when there are matters of great importance to their education and to offer our advice. I'm doing that now. And it's going to be a bit of a change in mood because we've been talking about some really important and festive things. This is really important, but I regret it's not festive. You will be asked by staff to both approve the budget for next year and the special education plan for the next year. I am here to raise one specific and serious concern and to ask that you address it in the context of your deliberations. That is, there is a proposal that staff have come forward in the special education plan that the number of students per class in certain of the special education classes, known by the jargon here as intensive support programs or ISPs, but I'm going to call them special education classes, that they be raised. And I'm here to flag concerns and offer solutions. And to urge you not to simply refer this back to staff. I'm sure staff have a motion ready asking you to refer it back to staff. It's been there. This is what they're proposing. We have serious concerns. So to explain this very briefly, I'd like to identify good news and two pieces of not good news, and then to offer you 4 solutions. I'm going to tell you why it's not good news and then offer some very doable solutions. The good news is that in the budget, staff have advised us and the Finance Committee that there will be no cuts to special education staff in the upcoming school year under this budget. That's not easy to do in this fiscal climate, and we really appreciate it. And we understand that that's not qualified. It's not unless there are reductions in enrollment. We have been advised that it is a categorical statement. That is very good news. But there is also a proposal in the special education plan that the caps for certain of these special education classes be increased, meaning more students in the class than there would have been last year. That is bad news. And as well, when grappling with the budget, a couple of months ago, a survey was sent by TDSB to all recipients of the blast email. That's, I gather, thousands of families asking for input on, given the deficit, what should the board do? And it listed possible cuts, of which special education was listed as one. Now, clearly, that's not going to be cut, and that's good. But thousands of parents of special education students have been put in fear by that email. And thousands of other parents have been led to think that, hey, one solution is, why don't we cut all that money reduce all that money being given to those kids? That's harmful. Just to have that perception out there is very harmful and augments the sense of trauma that some of our parents are experiencing. Now, what's wrong with raising the cap? After all, staff have said, basically, don't worry, we're going to assess individually who goes to what classes and make sure that there's an appropriate staff complement in that class. And that's a genuine statement made to us. But here's the problem. If the Minister of Education of any party had said to you, we're raising the number of students per class in all classes, but don't worry, we're sure it'll get sorted out. I don't know how many of the voters that you go to every 4 years for votes would say, oh, no problem. I bet not many. Well, it's kind of the same thing, because parents are being told they're going to raise the caps, but don't worry. Making this worse, parents have no way right now to know if this will affect their child's class, because it's just it's a kind of a blank check across the board permission, even though I don't suspect staff have any intention of doing it in certainly all of the classes. We have no idea how many. But for a parent, your child doesn't go to school in a statistical average class. They go in their class. And they're left to think that if the ratio was this number of students and next year there's going to be 2 more, this is a serious problem and worry. And it seems to contradict the important agreement and commitment that there won't be any cuts to special education staff. So what do? Well, look at it in a real world, not kind of, is this an efficiency? Yes, it's good if they can move more staff around. It's good if they can have more mobility of possibly some special education staff being moved to support kids in the general regular classroom. We need more of that, not just sort of the only way to get more support is to go to a special education classroom. There's potentials in this that could be done, but not with a blank check. And what becomes evident as an illustration of this is the name of one school that you'll have read in perhaps some of the press lately, the Hayden Park High School. Now, I didn't even know anything about this school. Nobody raised this from staff with us at the Special Education Advisory Committee, that they were considering basically saying no enrollment for grade 9 next year. I heard about it when a reporter called me and said, what do you say about this? And I said, about what? And they said, the proposed change for this, eliminating enrollment for grade 9 next year at this school. I said, what school is it? I never heard of it. Now, the special education plan and the special education budget are 2 things under provincial regulations that staff are required to consult us on at the Special Education Advisory Committee. We have members of our committee that once they learned about this were very upset about this a week or so ago in this meeting room, a week or 2 ago. But this is where it all came from. There's a real problem going on here. Now, I gather there may be a feeling that, well, not enough families tried to get their child enrolled in it. But guess what? Good luck finding out what's available. I was here before you over 6 months ago saying that we need a bold new strategy to ensure that families can figure out what options are available. I can tell you, at least from experience 2 years ago, that finding out what's available in the different specialized schools for students with disabilities and special education needs is extremely difficult to do in this education bureaucracy. If you go to the website of that school, I did today, you don't even see the word disability there. If you know the buzzwords MID and know that stands for mild intellectual disability, well, you'll know, but guess what? Some parents don't know those buzzwords. In fact, I suspect a lot of them don't. We've been raising this concern, not for days, not for weeks, not for months, but for years. So what do? Here's my suggestion. 4 things. First, I urge that you not give a blank check. Just, we're raising the limits and basically leave it to staff. Because what that does is it basically, yes, gives it to professionals, but then shifts the burden to parents to have to battle if their child is hurt. And what we know from the town hall that we did with parents of special education students last November, and what we know from our own experience and feedback from our associations on lots of work in this area, Special Education Advisory Committee, is that the path to try to battle these things at the board, to raise concerns, is not easy, is not effective. We're trying to get that changed. I was here in January. You referred it back to staff, and nothing's changed so far. We'll be talking about it over the summer with staff. But you need to know that in the world where people live, shifting the burden to parents to have to battle against this one class at a time is really an unfair burden. And it will be augmented because if we come back to you with difficulties in how it's being administered, I will predict with great confidence that you will have staff saying, oh, that's all operational, and refer that back to staff. And that's not your responsibility as trustees. This is the time you can make a difference. Please do. No blank checks. If the staff want a mandate to be able to make some adjustments, it should be a much narrower mandate with carefully designed criteria that protect kids and that relieve parents of having to battle these things one at a time. That's proposal number 1. Proposal number 2, you'll see this in the brief I submitted. 2, 3, and 4 are motions we passed in May. You have a brief from us. I will ask that it be received so it can be part of your official record. But the second is, could this board establish as a policy for next year, not just that there be no cuts to staff, there will be no cuts to services, supports, or supports for students with disabilities or special education needs. That's not operational. That's a policy, and that's fundamental. Number 3, could you please, it's great that there's not going to be cut to special education. Could you please transmit that? Have the board transmit that to all the families, at least, who, the thousands who got the email telling them it could be on the chopping block. And finally, we've asked that there be an apology for that being included in the survey. Now, to the credit of staff, the great credit of staff, an apology was given by Associate Director, a heartfelt apology at our May Special Education Advisory Committee meeting. And while I think I lead absolutely fascinating meetings, we had about 100 people watching. And so the vast majority, I don't think I lead fascinating meetings, but the vast majority of parents who were hurt by that survey don't know it's been retracted, don't know the decision has been made, that there won't be any of those cuts. And the other parents, parents of students who don't have disabilities and special education needs, they haven't heard that it's off the chopping block. So we think that the best restorative measures are the 3 motions that are in our brief. Let me conclude by saying what I've said before. We only come to you when there is a matter that is of such import that it merits the intervention of the trustees. This is absolutely one of those matters. I thank you for your time and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David Lepowski. Any questions from trustees? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. We will now move on to Director's Leadership Report. Director Latouche.
Good evening, trustees, and through you, Chair. I'm pleased through you, Chair, to present or make some comments for this month's leadership report. Thank you for the opportunity. And I want to begin by acknowledging, as several have so far, the students that are in the audience from Rosedale Heights in support of their principal, Barry Sketchley. It's been about 4 months since trustees gave me the opportunity to step into this role as director, and it's a privilege that I do not take lightly, and I'm very grateful to the selection committee and to the entire board for. In those 4 months, I've had the opportunity to spend lots of time, as the chair mentioned, with trustees in this boardroom and outside the boardroom. And I've had a lot of time to spend with students and with staff in schools and in the community and at events. And one thing for sure is that this has reinforced for me the belief that I held dear in stepping to the role, that the Toronto District School Board is in fact a phenomenal school board, full of amazing things that are already happening and full of great promise. And we've seen some of that excellence in the comments shared this evening, including by our student trustees. And well, let me just say, by the way, student trustee Bell, I'll keep the seat warm for you until it's your turn to step into the role, as you've pointed out. And there have been some memorable moments, including hearing from our student trustees, visiting the Wandering Spirit School and spending time with our Indigenous students there, and meeting and spending time with one of our Indigenous elders, Elder Duke, among others. There have been so many amazing opportunities. And I've selected just a few key highlights because there's too many to mention. And I'm already getting the looks from my staff friends who are saying, don't be as long as you were last month. So I'm going to really try. But I just have selected a few events and activities that highlight the excellence that exists in our school board. And speaking of excellence, the first is the Excellence Awards ceremony, which I had the opportunity to attend and present awards to 15 of our staff who have been recognized by their peers as going above and beyond in providing service to their departments, service to their schools, and ultimately service to our students. And I've highlighted only a couple in order to show you the range of excellence that there is, including a speech language pathologist recognized for the support that she provides in early literacy, including running sessions for hundreds of parents in connection with our community support workers. And that's just one example. Another example is the caretaking team from one of our schools, Alexander Muir Gladstone School, for the excellence that they provide in ensuring that the environment as the third teacher, the parents being first, our educators being second, and the environment in which we provide for students to learn being third, represents what we want to provide for our students across the school board. These are just two examples among many that were recognized, and quite a number of submissions that were received but could not be selected. I also want to acknowledge the privilege I had to attend with Trustee King at Parkdale Collegiate Institute and Dr. Rita Cox Kinaminagok Public School, where there was a powerful event honoring the memory of a student who was lost to youth violence. And trustees, in a couple of my earlier comments, I shared the trauma that is caused when we lose one of our students. And I highlighted on one occasion where there was 1 week in the course of 1 week where we lost 3 students to different circumstances. And that is trauma to 3 school community that have ripples across the school board. Well, it was powerful that a group of students at Parkdale CI organized such an amazing commemoration for a student whose life was lost to youth violence, resulting in the newly renamed Mohammed Dambuya Parkdale Collegiate Institute Memorial Field, which served as a backdrop for an activity day organized by students themselves in Mohammed's honor. And I call Mohammed's name as representative of so many of our students. And I call out the students at Parkdale CI who organized such an amazing event commemorating his memory. And we're hoping that that will be an annual event. Hint, hint, Parkdale CI. This showed leadership, compassion, generosity, a spirit that left a deep impression on everyone in attendance. I also had the pleasure of attending the Division 6 track and field meet at Birchmount Collegiate Institute, which is the largest event of its kind in the country for high school students with intellectual disabilities. Over 700 students participated, and it was a day filled with determination, celebration, and school spirit. To watch students with all variations of abilities look at what is possible and demonstrate their potential and be winners was just absolutely awe-inspiring and fantastic. The day was a poignant reminder of how equity, belonging, and excellence come together on the field and off the field. And let me just take a moment to acknowledge the staff that it took to make this happen. And more than just the day. And by the way, we had the elementary meet happening just around the corner as well. But more than just the day, the staff that day in and day out, every day, center our students with disabilities and special education needs, including with intellectual disabilities, to ensure that they feel seen, know that they matter, and know that they belong. And this day was just icing on the cake. So thank you, staff, and for the leadership you provide. Some good news. I want to name Emma Chappell, a grade 11 student at AY Jackson Secondary School, who has been named one of 6 finalists in the youth short story category of the 49th annual Amazon Canada First Novel Award. Her story, Lost Boy, explores themes of self-discovery, emotional growth, and compassion. We're also thrilled that a record number of grade 12 TDSB students took part in the DELF, that's the Diploma for French Language exams this year. And 246 TDSB students celebrated their accomplishments through continued engagement and excellence in additional language learning. And we know that in French, that happens in core French, that happens in French immersion and across the school board. So congratulations to the DELF diploma recipients. We're also proud to celebrate the success of TDSB secondary students at the Skills Canada National Competitions 2025 held in Regina. And I call out Western Technical Commercial School student Koa Fan, who took home the bronze medal in electronics. That's Canada-wide, folks. That's what we're celebrating. Eva Pike Morrison, also from Western Tech, earned top 5 finish in graphic design and studio production. And Stephen Leacock CI student, Kana Data, brought home a silver medal in the IT office software solutions. Congratulations to these students, and again, to the dedicated educators that support them to get to that kind of national stage. I see people wanting to applaud, I won't stop you. And 1 week ago, and again, these are just examples of excellence across the board. 1 week ago, I attended the 12th annual Walk with Excellence. So this event was started at C.W. Jeffries 12 years ago by one of our superintendents when he was principal there, Manda Gala, and a community partner, Aita Sadhu. who developed this Walk of Excellence that has since expanded to involve 5 schools, 4 of our TDSB schools and 1 Toronto Catholic District School Board school. And the theme this year, it was one step at a time, which was coined by students. What's special about this walk is that it involves all the graduates of these 5 schools meeting at C.W. Jeffries for an absolute heart pumping start to the day, celebrating them getting to the position of graduating from our TDSB and in the one case, your Catholic schools. And after student performances and all kinds of amazing opportunities to celebrate their excellence and their arrival to this point, they're escorted on a walk to York University, where they're received by the Chancellor of York University, symbolically highlighting their entry into that next stage because they've been prepared by the Toronto District School Board in the case of our 4 schools, and because they are pointing the way to the possibilities that lay ahead for them. And that's the result of the Toronto District School Board in partnership with our community. One example of many such examples that exists around. And I want to give thanks to our community partners, in this one case, Ita Sadu, but who is symbolic of so many others, and give thanks to our educators who from kindergarten through to grade 12 have gotten the students here. And we're in the time of celebration now, where our students are graduating kindergarten, moving into grade 1, in some cases, grade 3 moving into grade 4, certainly grade 8 moving into grade 9, and at all the points of transition, and for sure, our grade 12 students. And sincerely, Toronto District School Board educators, educational leaders, managers, caretakers, speech language pathologists, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, social workers, and the list goes on and on. People in culture, people in our facilities, whatever your role is, whoever you are, you may be in a corner thinking no one is noticing, but if you don't do your job, our students cannot get to the finish line, and it takes a team to get them there. And I'm so grateful for you getting all of our students there. And I want to also thank our senior team. You have been absolutely phenomenal in providing leadership to this school board and in providing support for my transition into the role. I could not ask for better. Thank you, senior team. To our principals and managers and staff at all levels, thank you for the grunt work and the strategic work that you do day in and day out to ensure that our students can be successful and have access to learning. And just 2 last comments. I was at, last night, the Toronto District School Secondary and Elementary School Athletic Association dinner. 800 coaches, conveners that have given their time, early mornings, weekends, away from their families. And we know that for some students, academics keep them in school. For some students, it's that basketball team, or it is that lacrosse team, whatever it is that gets them through the door. To our coaches and our staff that go above and beyond, thank you. And I highlight one particular individual, Bob Nadeau, who after 46 years as an educator is retiring. And think of all the lives touched. There are a number of people in that room of 800 that owe their position in the board to his influence, that hold their influence carrying forward to Bob Nadeau. Thank you, Bob Nadeau, and thank you for all the coaches and conveners that you represent. And finally, I ended my initial comments, my initial director's remarks in the board with reference to how I began my time in the board. If you recall, my entry, my first step into the directorship began in a school on February 10th in the morning. It was Belmere Public School. And I received a gift that I go back to time and again. Their advice, a collection of advice and encouragement from students at Belmere Junior Public School, Toronto District School Board. And that advice still stands strong. I'll just read another selection to end. Thank you for taking the job as Director of Education. Be brave. Remember to overcome obstacles with confidence. Wish you the very best. And I know that I don't do this job alone. Thank you, trustees. Thank you, leaders. Thank you, staff. And thank you, students, for the privilege to serve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Latouche. Trustee Pei? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make some comments regarding the direct report.
Do you? Yeah. Is there a question or just comments?
Some questions, some comments.
Comments allowed? Yeah, I think go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, first, I want to thank the student and family from Rosedale Heights School for the Arts to come to this boardroom to want your voice heard. I thank you to be the witness of this democratic process. Mr. Chair, through you, I'm alarmed by what has unfolded at Rose Heights School of Arts in the last 2 weeks. Earlier today, students rallied outside this building, holding signs and chanting with one clear demand.
So Trustee Pei, if you have, do you have a question based on what the director?
Yes,
reported?
I think is a director talking about in the principal Barry Sketchley. So I just want to make a comment for that. Thank you. Capable Principal Barry Sketchley, as a school, he has built, guided, and led for 33 years. Now, I would like to ask the director respectfully whether he can share any comments with us and the student family in this boardroom on the demonstration by student family from Rosedale Heights School for the Arts, which happened outside this board office just a few hours ago. Thank you, Mr. Director.
Go ahead, Director, if you want to respond.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I acknowledge the students, Trustee Pei, through you, Chair, for exercising their democratic right to demonstrate and to protest. I acknowledge your love and care for a long-serving principal, 33 years at Rosedale Heights. And I know that Principal Sketchley will be a great loss to Rosedale, and that we look forward to supporting his excellence in his transition to his new school. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Director, their presence today speak volumes about your sudden decision to transfer Principal Barry Sketchley without a genuine conversation with the students, parents, or staff. The message the staff are sending by proceeding with this transfer is not one of the leadership, but of indifference. This is how we teach civic engagement, by showing young people that bureaucracy outruns their well-being. I have said many times that we need to lead by example. The director has failed to do that on this issue.
Trustee Pei, I think you direct your questions to the director based on the report that he produced. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Principal Sketchley turned Rosedale into beacon of arts education, forcing him out months before retirement with no legitimate reason, insult every educator who pours heart and soul into public service. Why was he moved? That's my question to the director.
Trustee Pei, I think I understand you raising the question on a broader context of the student protest, but the specifics about human resources or people and culture related to principal transfers and so on would be a private item.
No, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I would disagree with you because this is not a private matter anymore. This transfer was disproved by community. And the students had walkout last Thursday. Their demonstration was televised on national TV. So this is not a private matter anymore. This is certainly at the public domain. So let's not act as a secret club, try to hide our indifference to the parent and student voices. Let's have their voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Pei. If I may ask the staff to explain why the specifics about a one particular staff member and their transfer goes into private matter. The idea that it has become a public matter of discussion can allow us to have certain parts of the conversation here, but not necessarily the exact reasons of why the move is taking place and so on. So I'm going to ask the director or someone from People and Culture to explain that. And then if you have any follow-up after that, we'll come to that.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And I may ask a couple of colleagues to comment further. That a principal is, or vice principal, is appointed or transferred once the internal processes are taken care of and a decision is finalized, then that is publicly communicated. Any personal matter involving a single employee cannot be discussed in a public session under any circumstance other than what is legislated and allowed by law. Any involvement of collective agreements or negotiated agreements would be a matter of for private session. I will affirm that the decision to appoint a principal, transfer a principal, is a staff decision. It is shared with trustees for information, but is a decision made by staff. We have internal processes for arriving at that decision, but those processes and specifics, aspects of those processes rather, and specifics involving any individual employee, be that a principal or anyone else in another role, cannot be discussed in public session. I will invite Executive Officer Mark or Executive Officer Jennifer Saville to chime in if there's anything additional to add.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I echo the director's comments. This is a matter that falls under 207 of the Education Act. It would not be appropriate for trustees to discuss this in public. Any discussion should be in private. Thank you.
Just one other piece to note is that matters that are not only are deliberations done through staff processes privately, but any matter discussed in private session with trustees cannot in fact be discussed in public individually by trustees or at the board of trustees. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, I want to ask the director, how's this consultation process being conducted regarding this principal transfer? It's been transparent to the student and the parent community.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The robust process that leads to the identification of any principal or vice principal for transfer includes consultation through with the local community through the school council. That is a standard part of the process. It is not just in relation to an individual move at the time the move is made, but that's a normal part of the ongoing year-long process through a statement of need as an example that identifies the priorities that that community identifies for a suitable administrator. The statement of need does not speak to an individual employee. It would not name an individual principal or vice principal, but it provides advice that informs the staff decisions when we consider any move. And any individual move is tied to the multitude of other moves. As principals move from one school to another, as a vice principal may be promoted from vice principal in one school to principal in another. The statement of need is one piece of information among many that are considered through a lengthy, robust process by staff to lead to a final decision. The one decision that is in question now was one of a slate of hundreds of moves through the year in a school board that serves 579 schools. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I want to ask the director respectfully. When we received more than 300 emails, which have a clear message that they wanted Principal Barry Sketchley stayed at Rose High School for the Arts. Why there's online petition over 2,700 signatures. Why there's 2 demonstrations, one happened at the Rosedale High School for the Arts. One just happened a few hours ago outside our boardroom. When the school council categorically refused this transfer. So what do you think, Mr. Director?
Thank you.
So SSON is not important, the part of the puzzle. What about the student voices? What about parents' voices? What about their well-beings? Do we really care as this board?
Director, if you would like to respond to that.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Student voice is important. Parent voice is important. There are processes and protocols through which all voices are heard. There are protocols in this boardroom that determine how folks may be heard, who may be heard at particular points, and when that may occur. Likewise, there are protocols and processes that inform staff decisions. And I will state categorically that there isn't an individual school council anywhere in this board that would determine the placement of a particular principal. School council voice is heard through the statement of need. There are other aspects as well that inform the process, including individual ongoing career conversations that occur with every administrator, with their supervisor, the superintendent of schools, and may involve others along the way. There are a number of steps that inform, again, the final decision that is made by senior staff, shared with trustees for information, and publicly communicated. I want to affirm that voice is important, and we want to provide opportunities for that to occur. But students do not determine the placement of an administrator as much as your voice is important. Parents do not determine the placement of administrator as much as that is important. And the school council informs the process, but does not determine the process. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Director, the fault is clear.
Trustee Pace, please speak through the chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. The fault is clear. Mr. Director, the fault is clear. Confusion, anger, and distress ripple through the Rosedale community and across Toronto. Instead of acknowledging this concern, the director has doubled down on flawed process, further eroding public confidence in this board. Director, on the behalf of our community, I would like to ask you one more time to reconsider your decision to transfer Principal Barry Sketchley. We can and must do better. Rosedale families and all TDS families deserve better. Thank you.
Trustee Pay. That's the end of your time. Thank you. We will now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is declaration of possible conflict of interest. Trustees, if you have, you had the review of the, we've heard from the director already. So we would now ask director, would you wish to wrap up any comments, or we good?
I apologize. I'm not clear on what the question was that I
No,
did
but
not.
the question,
Trustee.
sorry, the questions cannot be directed from the public. The trustee Pei had asked, would you reconsider the decision? And so I'm just leaving it at that if you would like to respond to that or not.
Through you, Chair, I will reiterate what has been publicly communicated. The move is final and will not be reconsidered. There are opportunities for voices to be heard, and that has been shared. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Trustees, trustees, if you have reviewed the agenda, do you have any conflict of interest to declare? Okay. Seeing or hearing none, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is matters to be decided without discussion. Trustees, I'm going to go through the items that are on the consent agenda first, so that you know which ones are on consent. 13, 14.1, 1 to 4, 14.2, 14.3, 14.5, only 2 and 3, and 6. Sorry, 14.5, 2, 3, and 6 are on consent. All of 14.6, all of 14.7 is on consent. So, which is on the screen as well. Can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the consent agenda? Trustee Williams, Trustee Pei, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Trustees, so the items that are off consent, I will go back to number, I think the order is 14.4 will be first, 14.51 will be second, 14.15 will be third, 14.54, and then 5. So we'll start with 14.4, which is finance, sorry, before the, yeah, finance, budget, and enrollment committee report from the special meeting on June 16th. So I'd like to ask the director to see if anyone wishes to give introductory remarks.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think you've heard from me for almost 15 minutes plus responses to questions, and you may not be interested in hearing further, and you want to get to the deliberations. Much has been said over the course of the last several months in this budget development process, and much has been done to lead us to this point. I want to thank trustees for all of the questions, the deliberations that have led us to this point. I want to say, trustees, I know how much you care about providing the best service to our students. I know that the questions and the directions, the request for information, and so forth, and the debate has come from a good place to make sure that the best is provided for students. I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge, as you have, Chair, in your earlier remarks, in particular, the leadership of A.D. Zucker and Executive Officer Craig Snyder, who have come in weekends and nights, and when they're not in here, they're home working on and all of this, and the leadership of my AD colleagues, superintendents, executive officers, and the entire senior team, and well into the organization through various roles that have led us to this point. So beginning with gratitude. I also want to say, use this opportunity to say to the public through the chair that reiterate that as staff, through the director, I have a legislative responsibility to put before trustees a balanced budget, which we have done. And it's now trustees' responsibility to consider that, considering your legislative responsibility to pass a balanced budget. I do not envy you. I know that these are tough times. I also want to acknowledge that you've needed to deliberate through this budget process and in the cycle through alongside an investigation that has now been concluded by PricewaterhouseCoopers at the request of the Minister of Education. We do not know the outcome of that investigation yet and how the minister may respond. But as I advised in our last FBEC meeting, it remains the responsibility of trustees to consider the balanced budget that we've put before you and determine how you wish to move forward. I sincerely hope that we'll achieve a balanced budget, passing of a balanced budget, so that staff will move forward, implementing the best programs that we possibly can for students. And finally, and I imagine that A.D. Zucker will pick up on this point, that in all of this, we have tried our very best to center our students first and to take a people-centered approach, even in the hardest decisions that we've needed to consider and put before trustees. And trustees, I hope that as staff, we have served you well in responding to the questions that you've asked and in bringing back additional ideas and creative ideas to be able to find a path forward to passing a balanced budget. And with that, I hand the microphone over to my colleague, A.D. Zucker.
Thank you, Director, and through the chair. Before I turn it over to trustees for deliberation, I just wanted to take an opportunity to provide some further clarification on some of the questions that have come up throughout the process, but especially on Monday and since Monday. So I would be remiss if I didn't first continue on with the thanks. I want to thank again the chair of FBEC, the entire FBEC committee, and all trustees. There's been a lot of conversation about the budget, and I really want to thank you for pushing our thinking and for leading us to a better place. I want to take an opportunity to thank all the staff that worked on this, and I want to thank the public because this budget does not look the same as the options that were originally presented. Really? The options don't look the same as they were originally presented. So through the feedback that we've received around this table, from staff, from the public, from the delegations, we have been able to, as the director indicated, bring forward a budget that I think centers students as best as possible while meeting our obligations, as the director indicated. So again, thank you to everybody around the table. The recommendation that is put before you, and it is a little bit different than usual, is that we approve the proposed two-year plan for 25-26 and 26-27 to achieve a balanced budget. So why is it a two-year plan? Why are we talking about 2 years when we look at this budget for 25-26? And really there are three main reasons. The recommendations are over 2 years are tied together. Examples include the pools where we've started the work in 2025. It will continue. Well, we started the work already, partially implemented in 25-26 and continue to be implemented through 26-27. So to do them separately, it's challenging to have that continuation of the entire plan. The renewed music program includes an investment in 25-26 that assists the implementation starting in 26-27. The one-to-one devices, there's a delay in 25-26 without the indication that we are looking at re-implementation and continuation of that project in 26-27 can send the wrong message about the value that we have in the one-to-one device program. Excuse me. In addition, it allows the board not to have to make all of the reductions in 1 year. This is a 2-year plan, which allows us to not achieve a balanced budget in 25-26, and it continues until 26-27. So again, tying them together is important. It also allows the board to resubmit an updated, approved, and I'm going to say that because that is the feedback that we had received from the minister through the media, an approved multi-year financial recovery plan. So this multi-year financial recovery plan, this 2-year plan, would be what would be resubmitted to the ministry. There's an impact for this plan on the 24-25 budget, because if we do not get approval for use of the proceeds of disposition in the current year, then we will actually be in a deficit position at the end of 24-25. So we do need an approved plan to submit to the minister as part of the use of the $28 million in proceeds in order for us to start the year next year with
Apologies for interrupting. I'm seeing online that there may be some technical issues. So if we can just pause for a minute with the indulgence of the chair to get those resolved. There may be an issue with a frozen video or muted audio.
So are you able, they say they're able to hear us now.
All right. Thank you. Apparently it's fixed. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. So the 26-27 budget will have to be approved next year. So we're not approving this today and then saying we never have to talk about budget again for 2 years. This is the starting point. And the example that I give is in 23-24 and 24-25, staff came with a starting point that did not include vice principals. And trustees made a decision right up front to add those vice principals back. So again, similarly, this is the starting point for 26-27, and we will go through a budget process next year. But I do think that this puts us in good stead. It allows staff to start to make budget decisions earlier. It allows us as a staff to bring forward to trustees implementation plans and plans related to 26-27. So we have budget discussions much earlier. And I think that's the feedback that we have been receiving as staff, at least in the time that I've been here, is by the time we get to the budget and we're actually putting things in front of trustees, the implementation timeline is so tight that it sometimes feels rushed. So this allows us that opportunity to continue to have those discussions. So again, we do have a projected deficit. This is the 2-year plan, really high level, of $34.4 million deficit. We are looking at recommendations of $17.9 million, with using proceeds of disposition of $13.7 million, and still having a small deficit of $2.8 million, which will go against our reserves in 25-26. And then in 26-27, we did include $19 million of known budget increases. And that's the other part that we hear constantly is, We ended last year with a $28 million deficit, and our recovery plan started at $28 million. And when we brought it to trustees, if it wasn't for the carbon tax being reduced, we were at a $70 million deficit. So the difference between 28 and 70 is a significant amount. This attempts to take into account those known increases for next year. So this is different than we've done things before, and I think that was acknowledged on Monday night, but I think it is an important step in order for us to truly look at what our deficit is expected to be in 26-27. And there are proposed recommendations of 22.6 million. Again, this is our projected deficit. These are the recommendations that we went through on Monday, and I won't go through them in detail, but just this is where the totals come from, the 17.9 and the 22.6 for the 2 years. And then I wanted to provide a little bit of further clarification on some of those recommendations. And the first is pools. So we are currently negotiating with the City of Toronto updated leases. And TLC is also currently working through a process that leases the remainder of TDSE pools, or at least gathers interest. And we are committing to bringing back a report in the fall to update trustees on our progress. And again, that will inform the 26-27 budget. For the one-to-one devices, we have already been asked by trustees to bring back a report with some really key data that will help in decision-making on how one-to-one devices are distributed in the future and when they're distributed and to what grades. For special education, and I think this one's a really, really, really important one. There are no budget recommendations here related to special education. So the special education plan, which we're talking about later, does not have an impact on the budget. So if the plan were approved, not approved, there are no budget implications. The decisions made by the board with regards to that plan, again, do not impact what we're voting on under the budget. For the renewed music program, just clarification as well, just to make sure, the additional $1 million that's being added to the budget in 25-26 is on top of the $5 million. So next year, there would be a $6 million investment in our music program. And then in 26-27, what's being proposed is a $5 million reduction, but there will always be, the expectation is that from 26-27 on, there will always be $1 million that continues to be allocated to the music program. And it will do things like help us to support others, some of our schools that need assistance in being able to provide supplemental programs at their schools, whether it be at a curricular or extracurricular level. It looks at how do we support qualifications for our music programs and other things which we are still looking at. Our commitment is to bring back a report in 25-26 that provides updates about the implementation plan before the 26-27 budget is deliberated. So you will have that information available, and that information will help you make an informed decision for the 26-27 budget. When it comes to senior team, we are funded for 42.3227, maybe on the 0.3227, senior team positions in 24-25. After we look at the adjustments that are described in the report previously, we have 44 reported senior team members for 25-26. So that's a difference of 1.6. And through the report, you saw that the directors committed in 25-26 to reviewing senior team and with a goal of aligning those two numbers. So those are just some of the things that we had heard. We are certainly happy to answer further questions. And again, just want to thank everybody for their contributions, for their discussions, and for everything that's been done to get us to the position that we are today. Thank you.
We move on to questions now. Trustee Laskin and then Trustee Pei.
Mr. Chair, that was from before. I haven't put my name in for this yet. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, thank you. Trustee Pei?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I want to ask the staff. There's a 2-year budget plan. For the second year, the staff have proposed the following cuttings. I just want to confirm. Number 1, MI, 74 MI instructors, 24 outdoor education positions, and 28 vice principals, and 2 safe and caring school team members. Is that going to happen? Is that as the staff are proposing for the second year? With all many cuts like this? We're talking about 138 positions. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, I believe you've listed all of the positions which could be impacted in 26-27, but I will make one clarification. The outdoor education reductions are for 25-26 through the chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I want to ask staff. So, with all this cutting, the music program are going to affect it. The outdoor education is going to be affected. As estimate, 12,000 students is going to have no outdoor education opportunities with this cut. And then we're talking about 28 vice principal cutting next year and 2 safe caring team member. So I just want to add, with all the cuts for the program, what the staff thinking about the senior team? We just have a presentation in the private meeting. Also, I'm reading this report here. I see that TDSB have 49 senior staffs. Why the province only support 42 positions? So how are we going to go with that 7 extra senior staff? Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. So I do believe we did talk about this in public at the 2 FPEC meetings ago. So I feel like it is possible to discuss some of the questions that you have. Currently, we report 49 senior team members. When we look at what we report in comparison to what the ministry requires that we report and what all other boards from a jurisdictional scan report, we are actually reporting members of senior team that are not considered members of senior team in any other board. So that is the main change between the 49 and the 44. We have about 5 positions, 3 system officer positions and 2 executive officer positions that we would move to the non-executive line, that it would be supported under school board administration in the non-executive line. And so that's how we're funded, and we're funded for 42.3227. And so when we look at reporting against the funded positions, we are 1.6 over. What I will say as well is that, sorry, lost it, but I think that it's important to recognize that the 49 is basically, we have made a mistake and we have been over-reporting our senior team. So it's not that we're playing a shell game. It's the fact that the 49 has been too high. We have been over-reporting. We are correcting that reporting, and we will be reporting 44 moving forward. And that compares to the 42.3227.
Thank you, Chair. And I will just add to what Eddie Zucker said, that we have shared in detail in private session, which we're unable to discuss in that level of detail in public session, reductions that are immediate and in line with what Eddie Zucker has said and have committed to work that will be ongoing to address what the priority that has been put on the table and in response to the motion that that trustees passed in a recent meeting. And for clarity, in summary, to what pardon me, not Trustee Zucker, but rather AD Zucker has said. Pardon me. I apologize, Stacey. I would never. Kidding. Just want for ease and for clarity, our organizational chart for the leaders in our board, the senior leaders that attend senior team, shows 49. That is not the same as the funding model for those positions. And so what AD Zucker shared is are some details around how some of those 49 are funded. But what the organization chart shows does not equate to the funding model. And in the context of our budget discussion, we were talking about funding. And so I appreciate the clarity that AD Zucker has provided. Thank you.
Sorry, and I remember now what I was going to say. What we're doing is looking at moving some of the positions from the non-executive line in the school board administration fund to the executive line, or from the executive line to the non-executive line. But it is all under school board administration. TDSB school board administration and all school board administration has some very strict requirements by the ministry, and we are actually under those requirements as a whole for school board administration.
Thank you, Director and AD Zucker. Through you, Mr. Chair, my following question is, even based on the new reporting model, we're still 1.6 position above the ministry-funded senior team. So what are we going to do with that 1.6 position?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. As I had responded earlier, and as discussed in private session, there will be ongoing work looking at all central positions, including our senior team composition, to identify any and all additional efficiencies moving forward to ensure that we are operating within the funded model for the school board, balancing the organization with service to our schools, service to the public, and service to trustees, and through you to our students and our staff and our families. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I also want to ask the staff how many central principals we have.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. As has been shared previously, I believe, we have 50 centrally assigned principals. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, how many those central principals were funded by ministry?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. As I've previously responded, some of those positions are funded directly by responsive education funding of the ministry or other funding, but not all. Some are funded by through local priorities in the way that the funds are allocated to the school board. I'm not able to provide for you at this time the specific number that is funded through directly through responsive education funding from the ministry. But as I've committed, Trustee Pei through the chair, that work will be part of the work undertaken to look at all levels of centrally assigned staffing from executive to non-executive to administrative positions. So that information can be brought back in future reports or conversations through the chair to Trustee Pei.
So you, Mr. Chair, I don't understand. I asked the same question on the Monday special FBI meeting. 2 days, the staff still cannot give me the answer. Is this the way we deal with the budget? We don't even know how much we pay for our central principals. We don't even know how much money we have to support those positions. Where we're easily talking about cutting 28 vice principals who directly supporting the classroom. I just don't understand, 48 hours, we still don't have an answer. May I ask you through you, Chair? The staff provide an answer for that?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. As I indicated, I will not make up an answer to Trustee Pei through the Chair. I have committed to doing a full and thorough analysis and bringing appropriate reports back through the Chair to this board. Some of those discussions will be in private session. I imagine that the answer to this question will not need to be in private session. I will acknowledge the tremendous work performed by our staff under very, very tight timelines to bring us to this point. As I mentioned, some of the positions are directly funded through responsive education funding, and some are locally funded. That work will be undertaken in the months to come to determine the best approach forward to ensure service to our schools, service to our public, and service to the trustees of the board. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to ask you a question regarding the process, because I have a motion to move before we're voting on the budget, but also I have a speech, from my opinion, from my comments on this budget. So which one I should proceed?
Trustee Pei, you only get to speak on the main thing once, so you already used up 3 minutes of your 5 minutes on that. You can move a motion. Now, you'll have to, if you're moving anything, you'll have to do it within your 5 minutes, then you'll be able to speak to the motion.
Yes.
But you won't be able to speak about the overall budget because you've already used 3 minutes. So you have 2 minutes to, you have 2 minutes, about 2 minutes to speak to the budget. And then at the end, you can introduce the motion.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as trustee for Ward 12, Willowdale, I can now support a budget that proposes deep and harmful cuts to frontline educational services, particularly the itinerary music instructor program and outdoor educations, while failing to reduce expenditure at the senior administration level. The IMI program have served students for over 25 years, providing equitable access to high-quality music education that the classroom teachers cannot replicate. Cutting this program disproportionately harms schools without in-house music specialists and undermines both students' well-being and arts education equity. Likewise, outdoor education fosters critical life skills, environmental literacy, and social emotional growth. It is not luxury, it's a core component of historical learning. We are facing 34 million deficit, but this burden must not fall on the program that directly serve students. A responsible and values-driven budget must begin with a shared sacrifice. I do not see that reflected in this plan, which preserves layers of central bureaucracy while eliminating essential programming. For this reason, I will vote against this budget. I also urge my colleague to vote against the budget as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I want to move a motion. Denise, could you please put up the motion for me, please, regarding the IMI program?
Yes, so Trustee Pei, now that the motion is on the floor, now this motion debate starts and you can use time now to talk about this motion.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Mr. Trustee staff, I rise today to move a motion that speaks to both the heart of a public education and the soul of our school. the preservation of the itinerary music instructor program. For over 25 years, the IMI program has been a cornerstone of music education across the TDSB. It has opened doors for tens of thousands of students, many of whom would never have had access to instrumental music. This is not just a music program. It is equity program. Let's be clear. This program is not luxury. It's a lifeline. The IMI program reaches students in some of our most under-resourced schools that are already struggle with fewer opportunities. Cutting IMI would disproportionately harm schools with higher need on the learning opportunity impacts. That means fewer violins, fewer flutes, fewer bands, and ensembles, and fewer chances for our students to find their voice through music. Music is not an extra. It's central to student development. It builds discipline, creativity, teamwork, and confidence. Our IMI program are specialists, trained experts who both bring technical skills and inspiration. Their work cannot simply replace by classroom teacher who may lack the training or capacity to teach instrumental music at a higher level. Let's also talk about the numbers. The IMI program represents about 0.14% of the TDSB entire operating budget, but serve 277 schools with 434 programs. That's a rounding error in our book in terms of budget, but big number in terms of serving the students. Cutting this program will not solve our financial pressures, but it will deeply damage the learning experience of thousands of students, especially in schools that need the most support. The so-called renewed music programming model being proposed as a replacement is vague, untested, and was developed without meaningful consultation. There's no plan, no palette, and no equity framework. We cannot dismantle a proven and beloved program on the basis of a vague concept. My motion calls for two things. First, to amend the budget and stop the cuts to the IMI program. Second, to do what we should have done from the beginning, consult properly. That means talking to our educators, our parents, our students, and experts in music education. Together, let's develop a long-term evidence-based plan that ensure every student, no matter their postal code, has access to the quality musical instruction. We are the stewards of a public education system that must be excellent and equitable. This motion is about living up to that responsibility. Let's not be the board that silence the music. Thank you very much, my colleague. I hope I can earn your support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Didovitis, just wanted to confirm you're seconding it. Okay, would you like to speak on it?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So it's my pleasure to second this motion, and I'm hoping it does a couple of things. The first thing is that it sets some order to how we interact with the public on some of these issues, on permits, on adult education, continuing education, and a number of other things. We've had budget discussions prior to really going out and consulting with the public, and that's generated a significant amount of stress at the board. What I'm hoping this does is it gives us time to understand the potentially amazing ways in which we can improve music learning in our classrooms. What we're doing is shifting the conversation and giving us more time to do that. There's no change in the first year. The change in terms of what we show on the 2-year plan is on the second year. And I'll remind my colleagues, we're not committed to that second year at this point. It's just for the purposes of planning. It does give staff the opportunity to go out and consult before we make any meaningful and significant changes. And secondly, what I think it does is it allows us to go out and consult and properly hear people out about things without having a timer on our backs chasing us to make a financial decision before we fully understand the ramifications of that decision. Hoping folks can support this. I think this will allow us to continue to provide the existing service while we continue to figure out how to make improvements without necessarily having to go out and send out notices to the folks that have been doing some of this work for a while now, and without creating a stress throughout the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin and then Trustee Arts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions for staff. After hearing, I believe, what Trustee DiDavidi said, I actually think the first part of A, the remove reductions to the itinerant music instructors for the purposes of planning, I think that needs to be removed because there's no substitution for that 4.5 million in the plan. However, if that's removed, then it could say that the TDSB directs staff, or actually it should say we don't direct staff, we need to ask the director. So I don't think direct staff is appropriate language. That for the purposes of planning the 2026-27 budget, that the 5 million investment in the multi-year strategic plan, if achieved, be considered in part to support the development of a renewed music program. I think if that's the case, it would be in order. But as it is now, it is not in order. And I think with the removal of that phrase, I do believe that it accomplishes the goals of this motion, whereas currently I don't believe it's in order because it doesn't provide that replacement source. Because the movers said that $5 million investment, if achieved, be considered to support, I believe it's the same idea as starting with the plan about itinerant music. The other thing that I think is really clear and has been discussed in this boardroom as part of the developing of the plan is we don't know about the pilot project. We don't know about the $1 million investment. And I completely agree with B that before the 26-27 budget is finalized, that we consult meaningfully because we would therefore have some results from the pilot and from the information that is being proposed. So I don't mind supporting the intent of this at all, but I want to change the language of it so it's actually in order at this particular time, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Trustee Laskin, just a quick question of exactly what you think needs to be changed, just specifically that line.
Specifically, and I'm sorry, I haven't typed it in. I'm a little awkward at that at the moment, but I don't believe it's appropriate to say that the TDSB directs staff.
Yeah,
I think it has to be, we ask the director to.
Yeah, we'll get that fixed.
And I think instead of amend the budget to remove, I think it needs to say that the director consider for the purposes. So I would cut out that whole first line until that for the purposes of planning the 26-27 budget, that the 5 million investment. So it simply removes the planned reductions of itinerant music, which, as my colleagues correctly stated, they are planned. But I'm worried that if that comes out, that's a $4.5 million gap, and my colleagues haven't given anything to replace that gap. So I think this accomplishes exactly what they hope to, that the $5 million could essentially be reinvested for IMIs,
Thank-
but it leaves more flexibility as
Thank
we
you.
plan for next year. So that was my points, Mr. Chair, because as it is, I don't believe it's in order.
Thank you, Trustee Lassen. I'm going to ask Trustee Ditavides to respond, but prior to that, I just wanted to check with governance. We are in the budget processes where motions are being discussed, don't need to have a source for where it would come from. Trustees could move motions that can add cost or take away cost during the budget processes. Is that not right? So if there's a motion, for example, to add VPs back into the system while the budget process is happening, there's no necessary condition that you also have to find a source. You're just processing the budget.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair, that's not what Associate Director Zucker said initiating. This is a 2-year budget plan that brings to balance. If this stays in, that completely changes that whole issue. So that's why I don't think it's like a normal process where you can just keep adding. It's a 2-year plan, and I'd like to hear from staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before staff speak, can I just ask, first of all, Trustee Laskin, I hope you get well soon. Sorry to hear about your mishap. There is an identified source. I'm not sure the distinction. Can you try and explain it for me? And I'm not being facetious. I don't understand the distinction you're trying to make. It's identified, 5 million that may come. And the may is simply because it's for next year. We're not debating what we're doing next year, this year necessarily, we're just giving direction, right? So for the purposes of balancing, the source has been identified. Is she frozen? Can you hear us?
Sorry, you're asking a consideration, right? You're not saying it's being used for. So the way I read this by asking for a consideration of the music program, it leaves the flexibility as the plan moving forward. Otherwise, you're not identifying, you're actually directing. You're not saying if achieved, considered to be part of. If your goal is to direct that 5 million to music, it doesn't say that.
I hear that. And so the first change that the director consider, I think that was missed in the editing and that needed to be there. So thank you for that. So that the director consider for the purposes of planning the 2026-27 budget, that the $5 million investment. I hear that. Trustee Pei, are you okay with that language?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with the language, but I think it's a part of, is extension of the ABAC meeting because we're approving the budget. Because there's possibility of $5 million is there. I just want to make sure that, AMI program will be considered if there's $5 million,
Perfect. I can
surplus.
support this, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
If I
Okay.
have a seconder to move the amendment, unless you want to accept the language, it's completely up to you. Thank you very much.
Maybe we can hear from staff and make sure that they're
Just,
okay with the language.
trustees, maybe instead of going through
Excuse me.
three-way triangle talk. I'm gonna say-
Apologies, Mr. Chair.
That's all right.
Apologies.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the staff about their perspective. I just wanted to clarify that the part that got taken out is remove all of the cuts from this year's budget. If you both are comfortable with it, that's fine. If I'll just go to Trustee, I'm sorry, I'm going to call you Trustee again, sorry. Associate Director.
I'm getting a promotion.
Sure.
Thank you, and through the chair, with the revised language, staff can support. Yes.
Can I ask the question of staff about the suggested change?
Sorry?
Can I ask a question of staff about the change?
No, the main thing is, are you comfortable with the change?
Can I ask a question so I can know whether or not I'm okay with the change?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, appreciate that. To staff, the spirit of the change is to ensure that there are no modifications to the 25-26 year for the IMI program. Does the language do that?
Through the chair, it does, but there wouldn't have been any anyways, so.
Fair.
yes.
It just, you wanted that verbal confirmation, so I feel better so that folks that are watching, my colleagues also know this. I'm okay with the language if the mover is okay with the language. I don't think we need a motion.
To you, Mr. Chair, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right. So we had Trustee Laskin, are you done with your comments, questions?
I am, and I thank the movers for moving this.
Thank you. So we have Trustee Arts and then Trustee King.
I think that Trustee Laskin has addressed my concern, and I'm fine with this.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. If we can move fast like that, we can possibly move the budget today. Go ahead, Trustee King now.
Thank you. Pressure's on to go really fast now. I'm just going to X through all my notes and say thank you to the movers because this does address one of the major concerns that I had in the budget. I think that Trustee Pei and I probably don't have necessarily the same understanding and application of equity through this, but I think we're ultimately trying to get to the same place. So I just wanted to ask a couple questions of staff. I just wanted to understand for the 25-26 year, is the intention of staff that you would start to spend that 1 million in September ahead of beginning the audit and investigation of understanding how the IMI program is working right now?
That's a good question. It's taking 3 of them and then
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we will, because the concepts that we have discussed as part of our reports in offering subsidies for additional qualification courses, as well as identifying locations where there may not be instruments and there is a school that we've identified as having need, we would be wanting to shore those up. Thank you, through the chair. So respectfully, I would be concerned that we have a full year to work with now. I think that we've heard that there's much to learn about how the program is currently functioning. And I wonder about starting to try out different pilots and applying funds before learning anything about what's currently running. And I'm wondering, just given with the length of time that you do have to work with, if staff might just consider obtaining some information from an audit first before starting to spend in different directions. Thank you, and through the chair for the suggestion. Our plans would be thoughtfully done to the Board of Trustees. So, please, we'll take that back. But we're also cognizant that the fiscal year goes very, very quickly. And the $1 million is for this year and ongoing. So we want to be sure that we are using that money, albeit very, very wisely. But in order to consult meaningfully, we don't want to have time elapse without what we know already is that there is a need for professional learning, as an example, for our educators to be delivering the skilled work of IMIs for steel pan instruction, as an example. So I'll take that request for being thoughtful. We certainly will, but we again want to be investing that money within the year. Thank you.
And if I may add to my colleagues' comments through the chair, rest assured that, again, any move will be thoughtfully considered and thoughtfully done, and any move will be an enhancement to music programs with the IMI program in place. as well. We're not going to look to spend $1 million on day one. So I believe that there will be ample opportunities to bring forward information on an ongoing basis to trustees. However, as my colleague mentioned, if we don't make certain moves early on in the year, communicating as an example, the opportunity for additional qualifications, courses, and certifications as an example, then we will have lost that time because there is a cycle on which these courses happen. And that would be just one consideration. And there are others. So I believe that there will be opportunities for trustees to plug into the process through the year, and certainly opportunities as we go forward beyond next year to consider how we respond to the information that we will have found out and have brought back to trustees. I hope that's helpful, Trustee King.
Thank you for that. And through the chair, just one last question. So I think it's quite exciting that there could be many new opportunities, ideas, ways that this develop. As staff are exploring those different opportunities, I'm just wondering, does music fall under a strategy right now? Do we have an art strategy, an overall strategy that is guiding the way we're approaching and applying music?
Thank you. And through the chair, there is an art strategy. Trustee King, we will want to be, I'm going to say, expanding and having specific focus on music connected to the IMI program. So that will be part of our work. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all for me.
Thank you. Trustee Lee, next.
Sorry. Thank you. Mr. Chair, first of all, thank you to the movers for moving this, and I wholly support the change because I think it makes more sense now. But can I just ask for my indulgence and probably the indulgence of many of our English teachers that we correct the first sentence grammatically so that it reads less awkwardly, because I think right now, if I take away the consider for the purpose of planning, it reads like the director consider that the $5 million investment, yada, yada, yada. It reads fairly awkward. I think this is an important motion. I just wanted to streamline it a little bit from a language perspective. If you don't mind, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and with the indulgence of the mover. Right? To me, it's like the director consider instead of that, the $5 million investment, like for the $5 million investment in the multi-year strategic plan, if achieved, to become right. So it's, and don't let me waste board's time on this. It's okay if everyone else. I have a real question to ask. And in addition to what Trustee King said, which I fully support when it comes to music strategy, it has been an ongoing nightmare for me every time when a music teacher in an elementary school decide to either move on with his or her career or retire, and the principal comes and tell me that we can't find another music capable or music qualified teacher, and therefore we might lose our music program. When we talk about music strategy, and this is, I think, why there has been such a big reaction to our IMI program, because I think the IMI program has been a Band-Aid that our system has used to make up for the fact that I think our music strategy doesn't ensure every school can have a music program, especially in the elementary level. And when I was going to school in a marketing class, one of the first things that my prof told me was, customers, they don't want to buy a 1/4-inch drill. They want a 1/4-inch hole in the wall. And I think the advocacy that we're hearing from the community is that they want music programs in schools, and they want dependable music programs in schools. So as a part of the art strategy, my question to the director and staff is, does it make sense to have a separate music-focused strategy to make sure that we can have continuity and consistency in music education in our elementary schools?
Thank you, and through the chair, for the observations and the thoughtful suggestions for us moving forward. Staff are interpreting this motion, Trustee Lee, as a request for us to be very thoughtful and fulsome in our approach for developing a coherent and comprehensive music program across our system. So I think in our planning and our analysis of what is happening, I'll say a music strategy will emerge that is connected to this that we will bring back. So that is our interpretation of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, and my last comment will be, I understand for the purpose of the budget, we have to find savings. But if this $5 million cut means we will not have music programs in some schools, I'm sure this discussion will be revisited next year by the board. So I encourage staff to help us find a way out. Thank you.
Thank you, and special thanks to all the trustees who are using only 3 minutes out of the 5 minutes. Trustee Sriskandarajah.
Hi, through you, Mr. Chair, I just have a simple question, just very simply. How does this differ from what staff proposed? My understanding was that staff proposed that we wouldn't be making cuts to the IMI this year, and next year we would totally get rid of it. That was their proposal. Now, if I'm not understand correctly, now this amendment is that we are going to keep it this year and revisit this question next year. So getting rid of it completely next year is no longer on the table. Am I understanding this correctly?
Thank you. And through the chair, the 2-year budget plan remains with IMIs being a consideration for balance for the 26-27 school year. If you'll remember, as part of the plan, there is a $5 million slot for investment of the multi-year strategic plan that is connected to operational savings. Should that be achieved, this motion asks the director to consider directing it to the renewed music program. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So when we refer to the renewed music program, that would ultimately mean getting rid of the IMIs and going forward with the plan that staff had proposed.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, the work that we are being afforded the time to engage in because the IMI reduction is slated for a 26-27 school year is for us to analyze their work, their connection, and to explore all possibilities and to develop, as Trustee Lee has discussed, a consistent and coherent approach across the system, and really to be celebrating music programs. That has what trustees have been articulating consistently as we've been discussing IMIs. So that will be our quest, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So are we saying in the following year, IMI's programming continuing is still a possibility if it's the will of the board?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. I don't see any more trustees on the list, so we'll move on to vote on this item. Moved by Trustee Pace, seconded by Trustee D. Davidis. We're voting on each scribe.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
In favor. Yeah, it's on each scribe.
Laskin in favor. Thank you.
Roger Colsingham in favor.
Trustee Nancy had a favor, right? Yes.
Scribe's not coming up. It's Trustee Williams.
Bay is in favor. Bay is in favor.
Yes, Ms. Chair, I'm in favor.
And Trustee Williams in favor. Yeah. All right. I don't see it on the thing, but it is. What are we seeing? It's carried. Thank you all. So we now move on to the main list of speakers. Trustee Pei had finished his time, the only speaker who spoke on the main item. Now I have Trustee Lee as a speaker on the list for the main budget. You were on the list initially for the main item. Yeah. Okay. You want to go now or?
I will go on. So, thank you, Mr. Chair, and stand up quickly again. I just want to discuss publicly, I think, on some of the core issues with this budget, because I feel like this is one that really no one is happy with, because what we're actually doing is we're taking things away from the students. But I don't think the question is how much things we're taking away. I think the question that we're being asked tonight is how much resource do we have to use, and how are we doing in comparison to our peers, the other school boards who are funded by the same model. And I just want some confirmations from staff. I think I understand, but I kind of want the confirmations. All the things that we are considering a reduction on, through you, Mr. Chair, are they also being run in neighboring or similar school boards to our own? In other words, are we cutting something that will leave our students in a deficit versus their peers in a different school board?
Through the chair, it is not my belief that that is the case, Trustee Lee. I will say that all school boards are going through some very challenging decision-making processes to lend balanced budgets. We know, for example, that all school boards are overspent in special education, as an example, to ensure that our most vulnerable students can be best served within our allocated budget. So all school boards are going through that struggle. However, in the context of the AMI program, I will say that in what trustees have just deliberated, what we're talking about is actually increasing the capacity through core education funding for Ontario certified teachers to deliver strong programs and to find ways to enhance the delivery of that program through resources such as the resources currently offered by IMIs. But it is not my belief that we are reducing services beyond that offered by other school boards. I remain committed to ensuring that TDSB students are well served. Thank you, Trustee Lee.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair Director, just to confirm, because we're offering these things that the other boards are not doing or have not been doing, have we seen a observable decrease in student achievement in other boards in comparison to ours because they don't have these things that we're doing?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and I may ask my resident expert in student achievement, Dr. Cameron, or AD Sarisco to chime in. TDSB, as I mentioned, reflects excellence in many regards. In some measures, other boards are outperforming TDSB, and through the multi-year strategic plan that trustees have passed, and through staff's dedicated implementation of the multi-year strategic plan and making some clear operational decisions, it is our intent to continue to make inroads on that so that TDSB can shine as other school boards do, and to ensure that there's excellence reflected across the board in each of our schools. I hope that is helpful, Trustee Lee, and I will ask my colleague to add.
Thank you. And through the chair, the 3 points really that our deficit recovery plan are focusing on as experiencing reductions would be IMIs, pools, and outdoor education. I am not aware of there being a correlation to achievement to those 3 enhancements. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. And just once again to confirm, because I think there are a lot of assurances that are needed on this one. Staff, you're recommending these budget line items to make our financial situation work. Do you believe, are you confident that we will continue to drive the same level of achievement in our students with these changes? And do you commit to making sure that it happens? And through you, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Thank you. And through the chair, I asked the director if I may respond to this. It is the dream of staff to get to a position where there is an in-year surplus of significance and the Toronto District School Board has a balanced budget and we are able to grow significant surplus reserves so that we can be very intentional in targeting programs and closing disproportionate outcomes for students in very evidence-based, meaningful ways. Thank you.
Thank you. That gives me a bit more comfort. Thank you very much. Through Mr. Chair, I just want to touch on a little bit about central administration and senior staff, because there has been a lot of conversations in the media and across the board on why are we so top heavy? The TDSB has 235,000 students. We have 49 members of our senior staff on the leadership grid. I know, AD Zucker, you said 44. I don't care. We listed 49. I'm going to use that as a basis of comparison. That makes it 4,796 students per senior staff member based on 49 senior staff members on our website. The TCDSB has 88,000 students and 24 members of senior staff on their website. That makes it 3,667 students per senior staff. The YRDSB has 129,000 students or 130,000 students and 31 senior staff members on their website. That makes it 4,189 students per senior staff. So without going into the details that AD Zucker told us with the number down to 44, we are 31% more efficient when it comes to senior staff per student than the TCDSB and 14% more efficient when it comes to senior staff per student ratio than the YRDSB. I love those 2 school boards. The director of TCDSB used to be an executive superintendent who worked with me in my ward, Brandon Brown. He's a fantastic person. And Ron Lin, the chair of YRDSB, is a good friend of mine. I respect them. I think they're doing a fantastic job. I'm not criticizing them. All I am saying is when we are criticizing ourselves for being too top heavy, when we're saying that we have too much management, we are already far more efficient and effective than our peers, and we're delivering the same education service. And I will reiterate, when we talk about funding frontline staff, we talk about what we will do. And that is politically popular. We can tell our constituents that, hey, look, we directed funding to these things, and that's why we supported you, and you should thank us, or something like that. But when we invest into administration and management, that's how we ensure that the things that we set out to do are done well. Because our frontline staff needs support. We have had discussions in this board before where a manager has had so many direct reports that the manager had no idea what each of them were doing and therefore were able to provide no supervision or guidance. That's not what our constituents are looking for. They want us to do the things that we set out to do and do it well. Not just tell them that we're doing something, they want to see results. Investment into management ensures that we can hold our leadership team accountable to deliver the results. So before we talk more about cutting senior staff, please consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. I have Trustee Patel, Vice Chair Patel, and Trustee Arts next. Others who wish to get on the list, please let me know. Vice Chair Patel.
Thank you, Chair, and to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Associate Directors Zucker, Craig Snyder, and the staff for presenting this a detailed budget, which went for months and months. And thank you to the FPAC chair for making his availability on these important subjects. I do have a concerns that how comfortable will be Ministry of Education on this 2-year plan. Looking at the past year, we have used our PODs and they have rejected that. So how confident staff is that this plan will be accepted by Minister of Education?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and I will tee up my colleague Eddie Zucker to add to my comments. My responsibility as director is alongside my staff to present to trustees a balanced budget for your consideration. Your responsibility is to pass a balanced budget, and we have provided to trustees a 2-year plan, which is our best advice for how to achieve a balanced budget. And as the previous discussion highlighted, we are actually seeing a turn through hard decisions at actually beginning to refresh our surplus so that trustees can make decisions that staff can implement to enhance our programs moving forward. I think that my response to you, Trustee Patel, would be this, that all that we can do is do what it is that we must and leave the decisions that are in the hands of other decision makers, in the hands of other decision makers, in this case, the minister. There is no assurance that A.D. Zucker, myself, or others could provide to guarantee the approval of the minister of proceeds of disposition. That approval is exclusively at the minister's direction. My hope would be that in presenting a balanced budget and in trustees passing a balanced budget, that will demonstrate to the minister trustees' commitment to achieving balance, maintaining balance, and providing good governance moving forward. However, I could not speak to what the minister may ultimately approve, and I will ask A.D. Zucker to add further.
Thank you, Director, and through the chair. What I will say about this 2-year plan that makes it a little bit different than other 2-year plans that we've looked at. One, we've received some, I don't know if we were going to call it direction, I guess direction from the ministry about looking at our core education. Also, the Auditor General has provided that through their recommendations. And this is where staff continued to look, or where are those things that we're doing that are, to Trustee Lee's point, outside of what other school boards do and enhance education. We've also included $19.5 million in known increases for the 26-27 year, so that we're not starting from the deficit of this year, and then when we get to next year, having a surprise about what our deficit actually is. So that's new, and I think that that's an important part and shows the thoughtfulness that has gone into this plan. It also shows that we are not relying on proceeds of disposition to balance our budget. We are using proceeds specifically for something that is one time, that will be addressed in the 26-27 budget year, and will no longer rely on proceeds of disposition in order to balance. So given those 3 things, I think that this is the best thing that we can put forward to trustees to put us in the best position to provide this to the ministry.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, and this is for the public knowledge, how much core education funding we received this year? Is it more or is it less?
Through the chair, it's about 1.9% more. It's $3.49 billion, but most of that relates to the increases in staffing in the collective agreements. For example, teachers, principals, vice principals, and non-union staff are receiving a 2.5% increase. So if you imagine 87% of our staff are, or 87% of our budget is staffing, and they're getting a 2.5% increase, and our budget is only increased by 1.9%. So it has increased, but not significantly to support anything other than staffing.
Thank you. And then through you, Mr. Chair, that 3.9 million, how much in dollar figure goes to the staffing?
You're testing my math skills, so I'm going to use a calculator. It's 87% of 3.5 billion.
Thank you. And then
Here, I'm just going to use
I can safely say that most of that money which has been increased in this budget through Minister of Education is directed towards the staffing and all those contracts of teachers and education workers are negotiated by the Minister of Education, correct?
through the chair, that's correct. And I just want to tell you, it's just over $3 billion that we spend on staffing.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I do have some concerns and questions regarding special education. And I know we do have a special item on special education, but because this relates to a budget, and I do have a motion regarding special education, but before I go there, I do have some questions and concerns which I like staff to address. To you, Mr. Chair, is there any cuts on special education this year?
Through the chair, no.
Thank you. We do hear lots of questions about class sizes. And a teacher, just a teacher, looks after a class. Is that true? When we increase the class size, are we sending any additional support to those teachers in special education, or it's just a teacher who looks after the additional classes?
Thank you. And through the chair, all of our ISPs, intensive support programs, or full-time special education classes have at minimum one teacher as well as one support staff, an educational assistant, minimally, and could also have additional support staff depending on the needs of the students within a particular class.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, as we all know, all trustees here from families, from the community members, the growing needs of special education and the current resources are very, very thin and minimal. I'm putting a proposal. It's a motion to you, Mr. Chair, and it will be put forward by Joseph Dowers to increase or to find at least $2 million additional for the students, which can help them, which can help those teachers to navigate more help they're looking for. And I'm hoping that my trustee colleagues will support this and staff will support this, because this is one of the fields where the needs are growing on a daily basis. I hear a lot from community members, from school, from teachers. And then I think they need our help, they need our support, and whatever it takes from us to help those kids, we should do it. So I would request each and every one of you to please support the motion, and staff as well. Mr. Joseph Towers.
The motion is on the screen. I just want to ask who is the seconder for that motion. Trustee Lee is seconding it. Trustee Hastings, okay.
All right.
Thank you. Trustee Hastings, okay. Vice Chair Patel, do you want to use a new set of
It's a very straightforward motion looking at the timings and the items we have. I mean, I will conclude and just ask for support from trustees.
Thank you. Trustee Hastings, do you wish to speak on the item? No? Okay. Trustee Lee, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. As we repeatedly talk about the need for special ed, We have had extensive conversations at committee on how this budget will affect special education. I think we as a board and along with our staff members owe all of our students a duty to make sure there are no stones left unturned to give our students with special education need what they deserve. And this is not only for our students, it is also for our staff members, because I have heard repeatedly from our staff members in the front line that, you know, the way that we are approaching certain aspects of special education when it comes to integration and whatnot is making it very stressful for them to do their daily jobs. And that directly has an impact on staff absenteeism and the number of days that they have to take off, which actually makes our financial situation worse because now we have to pay for supply teachers. So I think if there are synergies through technology, through operational optimization that we can find anywhere within the board, we owe it to our staff and our students and ourselves to find it. You know, we've recently adopted Microsoft Teams, for example, and AI is a big factor in how many organizations operate. I don't think the board is looking to direct staff on what you should do, but I think we should look at technology, look at things that we need to do to make ourselves more effective and efficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Trustee Pei?
Through Mr. Chair, I want to ask the staff a question. I'm not sure whether this related to this motion, but I got an email from my constituents ask whether we're going to increase those diagnosis, class, by 25% in terms of class size.
We have an item after this item, after budget on special education. You can possibly ask that question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really want to speak this motion in support because it's very important. We invest as much as we can in special education. Our students with the special needs deserve the support and service they require to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. Every dollar we put into special education is an investment in equity, ensuring that all students, regardless of their ability or challenges, can reach their full potential in a safe and inclusive environment. This is not just a matter of compliance or meeting obligations. It is a matter of our moral commitment as the public school board. When we invest in specialized teaching staff, support workers, and a proper programming, we give our most vulnerable students a real chance to survive. And we ease the burden on classroom teachers and school communities. This $2 million allocation will allow us to decrease wait times for assessments, improve individualized programming, and enhance professional learning for education. In short, it will make a meaningful, tangible differences on the lives of thousands of students across the TDSB. This is why I fully support this increase and urge my colleagues to do the same. Our students deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Seeing no other speakers, we'll go on to vote on this. Are you voting on it? Okay. Sorry, there's one more speaker.
One more speaker.
Go ahead, Trustee Williams.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. With regard to special education, I could not express more support for further investments in special education. Some of the schools in my ward support the most medically fragile students in our system, students with disabilities, special needs. I just have a question with regard to the $2 million. Just clarification about the operational savings piece. Where I just not clear on what that is, where that is. And my understanding was our current budget process wasn't including cuts to special education. That was my understanding. But regardless of that, the investment, without a doubt, I just need a little bit of clarity on where that's coming from. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and through the chair, it is a good question. We have looked at a lot of, we looked to find $7.5 million of operational savings. I think the reviews that we're doing through when we're looking at the program reviews are something, but we will be looking at all of our operational items, including, again, when we're looking at senior team and supports, whether we're looking at, sorry, I had a list because, our French review, model schools review, transportation. There are other things that we will be looking at. The intention would be for staff to identify them, and then through the revised estimates, we will let trustees know, or the first quarter report, where those savings are and if we have been able to find them.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other trustees, we can open this on e-scribe. Okay.
Riskanaraja in favor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, e-scribe's not coming up, but is it there? Trustee Williams in favor.
Waiting for anybody. Trustee Klein? Trustee Raja Kulasinga?
In favor.
Thank you. Thank you. We have Trustee Arts next, and then Trustee McLean.
Sorry. So thank you through you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to extend a huge thank you to AD Zucker, Mr. Snyder and team, and Trustee McLean for the extensive work and your creative thinking in proposing a 2-year plan. So those of you who weren't here, the board adopted a 2-year plan in 2019 to balance the budget. That approach actually prevented us from making cuts to programs and facilities, and we had a massive budget reduction. We had to find a lot of money that we weren't expecting when the Ford government cut $1 billion from K-12 education in 2019. So that allowed our system, that 2-year budget allowed our system the time to shift to better practices. And they really, a lot of them were better practices. It made us think about how we deliver education and find creative ways to do things better to serve our students and families. So I'm particularly pleased in the proposal with the plan to build revenue streams to sustain pools, swim programs, and outdoor education, and proposals for intentional long-term enhancements to music programs. We suffer in the TDSB from a lot of legacy programs and the legacy ways of doing things. I feel like my entire tenure as a trustee has been to undo legacy practices. And they are, just because we have them and they operate in a certain way does not mean that's the best way to do it. Facilities like pools and outdoor ed programs will never be funded by the Ministry of Education. They never have been, they never will be. So we need to find a way to keep them safe, and moving to a sustainable financial model will preserve the resources and bring peace of mind. And for that, I am grateful for a move in that direction. I'm glad that we're making progress. Change is progressive. Doing things in a better way is progress for our system. It's important as an education system that we're always willing to embrace change. So I'm going to support the budget. because I believe it's my duty to ensure that we are fiscally responsible, and I take that duty seriously. We have spent years cutting centrally, and as Trustee Lee said, we have cut from senior team, and we are leaner than any other board, despite what the minister has said in public. We have always put students first, and we've always protected what is important to the TDSB, and we've been protecting them, the TDSB, from the province. So that protection for me includes protecting staff, students, and facilities from a ministry supervisor. I don't know if all trustees know this, but there are 2 supervisors assigned to other school boards currently in the province. The supervisors that have been assigned are not education experts, nor do they have any experience with the Ministry of Education. They are accountants who have been sent in to balance a budget. We know that there are a myriad of student supports and programs, including special education, including mental health, including student safety, that the ministry considers overspending. None of these programs are safe from an accountant who is sent in to balance budgets. For me, there's far too much risk at hand for the biggest board in the country to not protect ourselves from financial supervision. And not just too much risk for us, but too much risk for all the school boards across Ontario. So after we pass the budget as a board, I do plan to keep up my work to advocate for better funding and support for students, because we do need to keep that up. And I hope that you will all join me in advocating to the ministry for the resources we need for a fully accessible education system. After today, we need to keep fighting for those investments. And I hope we're still here to keep fighting for the investments that our students, staff, and our families deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Art. Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I apologize for not doing this earlier. It's important that I share that following our FPEC meeting, that the board approved the proposed, moving the minority report, the board approved the proposed 2-year plan for the 25-26 and 26-27 to achieve a balanced budget as presented in the report.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Can I have a seconder to put the minority report back? Yeah, thank you, Trustee Lee. So we now have that original motion that was discussed at FPEC back on the floor, which is connected to some of the discussions we've had anyway. So we can proceed with that. Do you want to use the rest of the time to speak on the budget item, Ralph?
Yeah, yes, please. Thank you. I want to thank Associate Director Zucker and Executive Officer Schneider and their team for all the effort and all the staff that put into it. We would have meetings and we would collaborate, we would debate, we would negotiate, and then I got to leave and they had to do work. And so it was a very, so they'd have to figure out the ramifications of all the possibilities we created. So it was a tremendous amount of work for them. I also want to thank the members of the committee. We had an abundance of extra meetings. We had one agenda that went 20 hours and 3 sessions to get through the agenda item. On 3 different times, one time we spent a whole 7-hour session with public delegations, and on 2 other occasions, trustees made themselves available during the business day so that we could give the community an extra opportunity to make delegations. And we've listened to community and we've incorporated what we've heard. This is not a big celebratory document. This makes cuts in things we believe in and we support and we want our students to benefit from and that have benefited for decades. Managing this decline in the best way possible due to the challenges that others have highlighted, due to the structural deficit and the constant challenges of underfunding. But we need to get our 24-25 budget approved. And what that requires is a 2-year plan that gets us to balance. This is at the end of all our meetings and all our conversations and all our thinking. This is what we believe to be the best combination of all that achieves that goal and lets us to continue to try to serve the best interests of students across the board. So I will be supporting, and I appreciate the efforts that everybody has made. And I know some aren't able to support, and I understand why that this contains challenges for you. But at the end of the day, I hope this is something that we can get done. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Just so that everybody understands, this is the main motion that is now being moved because it was a minority report. So Trustee Payne, Trustee Lee, and Trustee Patel Arts has already spoken. Trustee McLean has spoken. So now, if you speak on the list, we don't have anybody else on the list now. Trustee Arad, go ahead.
I'm going to try to gather myself because I know that trustees are working so hard to keep doing more with less. And I know that many are feeling challenged right now. I can't support the budget, though I'm sure that's no surprise to many here, as I've not supported a budget since I started as a school board trustee. When I first started, I felt we'd hit the floor. And even though I continue to see joy and opportunity and learning in our schools, there is so much good about our schools. But I feel we hit the floor some time ago. I am heartbroken that in this budget, we're just continuing operations at the Sheldon Outdoor Education Center. I'm heartbroken by that. I know that has been a place for decades that has brought learning, joy, and peace to so many students. It may have also brought some uncomfortable moments for many students, and stretch and growth and mud. And I want to thank, and there are other elements of this budget that I find problematic as well. I find that I'm hearing from schools, rooms are being shuttered because our operation costs increase every year, but maintaining is in real terms a cut. And so I know that we are all going to see the impacts of this budget for the next school year, like we have seen the impacts of every school budget year after year after year. And I just want to say with deep, deep heart and love to the staff that are going to be directly affected by this budget, should it pass, who may not continue at the TDSB, but also those who will be continuing at the TDSB under more strained conditions, that that I'm sorry we are needing to do more with less. At every turn, this board has passed motion after motion after motion, seeking to reflect what we have been seeing since the pandemic, seeing the increased student needs in mental health, in neurodiversity, in adapting to the new normal in our schools and in our communities. Our schools, where our children are every day, are bringing all of the collective trauma of our communities every day. And workers are facing that every day. We, in all of our motions, are seeking to ask all orders of government to reflect in their investments, because they are the orders of government that can raise revenues, not us. We have not been given that power. They are the ones who hold the decision-making power to invest in our kids. I hope that I live to see the day when this provincial government will adequately invest in our children. And I hope all of you, however anyone votes tonight, will continue to support me in that advocacy, that we will continue to reflect and document what they are not doing for this generation. Thank you very much.
Trustee Earhart, I thought you also had a motion to introduce. Do you not have a motion to introduce? Oh, no? Okay. Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Don't see any other trustees on the list. Trustee Patel, can I pass?
Yep.
Go ahead, Chair Shen.
Thank you. So I want to start off with saying, regardless of where we stand on the budget, we should stop seeing it as a division in this board. It's actually, in fact, we are united in purpose. We have reasons why we believe what is right at this time. And I do think that, there's courage on those who are choosing to vote yes today, because they're choosing a path that will save local democracy, decision-making, that will keep decisions on people who care about public education. They're choosing a path forward to honor the work that is being done till date in bringing the proposal together. Those who are choosing no are also choosing a path of courage, where despite the fears and intimidation that continue to happen, there is a form of resistance to say enough is enough. So I think we should not be viewing each other as the issue, because we are, in fact, doing this with the type of limitations that are being placed on us. And I do think that going back to what we started off with a few months ago is important. Our CPP and EI are not being paid for. Special education across the province is underfunded. And we just passed a motion to add 2 million. We spend many, many millions over the limit of what the province gives. We talked about central staffing as if it is, and Trustee Lee beautifully broke it down. We have done cumulative cuts over time. The province in the time has reduced the share of its budget for education, I think from 24 or something down to 19%. The priority of education in the province has been diminished. Priority for public education it is strategically being done to diminish the power of public education, to look at options of privatization, to look at money making and industrialization as the goal of some sort of a control. And we see that through legislation. So I do think that in the bigger picture, what we are doing today makes sense to all of us in different ways. But what should continue, as Trustee Earhart pointed out, is that we stand together in our message, as we did a few months ago, that what is happening is not acceptable. What is happening to our children is not acceptable. The fact that they wouldn't even give us the power to consolidate our schools so that we can actually find the ways to run things effectively when our buildings are crumbling, when our children need better spaces, when our high school students need better programming, better options, better courses. And so I think, as I have always voted against the budget, because I see this budget as a vision, and every budget I see the vision not being accomplished. And it is a statement. It is, in fact, maybe some might consider this to be an irresponsible thing for a trustee to do. But I see this as my way of standing up to a bully who actually is not prioritizing public education. And not only public education, we see that what's happening right now with Indigenous relationship. And so it's important for us as an institution of public education to stand together and do this. The fear that our PCCEWs had, who worked tirelessly in our schools when all of them got surplus notices. The kind of environment we are creating in this underfunding situation, which we have no choice over with the options, but hundreds of people getting surplus notices, hundreds of people feeling like they're putting their heart and soul into these this work in public education. We heard from the director, all the excellence what happens in this in this board from all walks of life are hanging in there as if, after many years, some of them are feeling like they might be surplus to go to some other place to work. So I think we are in a terrible situation, not by our choice. Outdoor education, this budget for me is a budget of cuts. It cuts the opportunities of outdoor education. It cuts musical, it cuts, when classroom sizes get readjusted, it's going to be more children in the classroom. When you have inclusion integrated classroom, this kids with special needs in those classrooms are going to have further difficulty. So I do think that there are issues with this budget, but I'm not being judgmental for those who support the budget. We need to find a path forward. At the same time, I want to be very clear, as I did in the past few years, as I continue to do, I will be voting against the budget as a whole, but I'm glad trustees persevered to get many new things into it to make it more, I want to say less harmful, and we found ways to make this better with all the limited restrictions and all the limited resources we had. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Shan. I'll pass back to Chair.
Have Trustee Sri Skandaraja and then Trustee Rajakulasinghe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Echo. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to start off with a question. I'm still getting questions from the community till the sort of 9th hour here, or 11th hour here. So in terms of the pools, through you, Mr. Chair, if there's concern and worry that's being expressed that, let's say you have a pool in your community and it is leased by the city, but if the city with, their own budget issues, next year going forward, for whatever reason says, going forward, we can't lease these pools anymore. And we can't find another party. We're getting rid of our pools, right? Like right now, our dependency is going to be on what the city can do for us. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the city does currently lease 27 of our pools. And from our understanding with TLC, I think there still is an interest in working towards renewing that lease. And so that is what TLC is working on right now. The difference between what the city pays and cost recovery is about $2 million, I think, in total. And so that is the intention, is to get to cost recovery. If the city were to say, of the 27 pools, we only want 26 of them or 20 of them, then TLC would use those pools as part of their third party. When they're looking for third parties to lease the remainder of the pools, they would be included in that amount. So I think it's too early to know 100% how many pools the city is interested in, but we know for sure that they are interested in, are working with TLC. And then if for some reason they weren't, then there's still an opportunity to lease those pools to third parties. So I hope that provides some assurance to the people that are concerned, regardless of whether or not pools were on this list. The lease with the city is up this year, and so we would be renegotiating with them no matter what. So I also hope that provides some assurance.
Yeah. And through you, Mr. Chair, with the oh, totally I lost my question. I had a follow-up to that about the pools and renegotiating it. But I guess, so from what I'm hearing is there isn't a deal on the table. Oh, I remember now. Through you, Mr. Chair, if the pools were to be closed, I think if I'm correct, there was a motion passed that it would have to come to board for approval before we would actually close it. Is that correct?
Through the chair, we certainly will be bringing a report back to the committee to let them know the outcomes of the work that TLC is doing. There will probably be multiple updates. We will know how many of the pools have been leased by the city and by third parties before the deliberation of next year's budget. And so for 26-27's budget and 26-27, that is where the recommendation as it sits right now would be to close any pools that weren't leased. So certainly before the deliberations for 26-27, we would know that information. We would look at other options. I know that I think it's Trustee Diavides talked about potential solution for that at the last meeting. So we would start to consider all those things, and trustees would have an opportunity to make decisions before any pool was closed.
Thank you. So it would come for approval as opposed to just for information or receipt.
Through the chair, yes, the final recommendations with regards to if any pools were to be closed would definitely need to be approved by trustees.
Thank you. You know, I just, through Mr. Chair, just want to echo the sentiments that have been expressed. I just want to start off by thanking staff. This is absolutely difficult work that you have done, and you have been so incredibly patient with us, and the many, many versions of this that have come forth that you've put forward. I don't envy you in the least bit to have these conversations. I've been here for a while and we've had tough budget conversations, but this definitely feels like maybe the toughest. Definitely top two. And just to have, you know, the way that you've had to speak about your colleagues and their roles and the importance of it, and, you know, walk a fine line. I don't envy you, and I really appreciate it. And I just want to say that we value what you do. It is so absolutely difficult. I think I've never been this on the fence about something. Still going back and forth on how I'm deciding to vote on this. It's been incredibly difficult. There's just so many fears. You know, since I've been here, we've cut every single year, and you get to a point where you really evaluate how much you can continue cutting. And I feel I'm getting to that point. But I also understand the sense that this looks different. And if we don't make these cuts, it could cause more harm. So I'm completely torn. But I just wanted to thank staff. I wanted to thank my fellow colleagues. Just the amount of work that we've put into this, and all the motions and the amendments and the back and forth, and just how relentless we've been in our advocacy for our students. I'm so incredibly proud of us. No matter how this turns out, I know every single one of us in this room, I do not doubt for a second, want what's best for students. Despite what might be happening in the media, I know every single one of us, wherever we are on the ideological spectrum, I know everybody in this space cares about our students, want to do right by them, and, you know, trying to do what's best. And so, you know, I'll leave it at that, and we'll see how this goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Siskandaraja. Trustee Rajakulasingham.
Thank you, through the chair. This is my 7th budget cycle, and I want to begin by thanking our staff in the finance department, who are time and time again tasked with finding ways to balance this budget and find the path of least impact on student well-being and achievement. And as well as trustee colleagues, so many times over the past few years, in different periods, we tend to butt heads. But one time that we kind of come together to see how we can work together is during this budget time. And I want to thank colleagues for their collaboration and innovation to see how we can save these programs and work together. But as we've said over and over, and many of us have said in this boardroom, all cuts hurt kids. But we know that the underserved students will always be the most impacted. Every year when presented with a budget, we find ourselves in the same position. We are paying for crucial supports and services that we are not funded for. And we are being portrayed as if we are fiscally irresponsible or mismanaging resources. And I used to use the word overspending, but as my colleague Trustee Wong reminded me, we aren't overspending. Overspending means that we would be spending above an allocated amount. But in our case, we are spending what we need to spend to best support students with what we have. One budget cycle, it was extended French. Today, it's music programs and pools. And tomorrow, it will be another program that comes close to being cut or being discussed to be cut. And students deserve better. And while as trustees, we are trustees of the board and represent all TDSB students, we also represent the communities we were elected to serve. And I always bring it back to how will students in Scarborough be impacted? We know how inequitably distributed program sites are and how many of these legacy programs were inherited from individual school boards post-amalgamation. And as our board continues to look at how we can establish equity across our system, it really infuriates me that as we continue to do this more work, we are being undermined by the province, and these cuts prevent us from doing this work. Up until today, I heard from colleagues and committee members who are torn over today's decision on how to vote. And the scary thing is how this decision being made today will impact students and teachers in the year to come. And while many trustees have stated our duty is to pass a budget, as stated in the Education Act, the purpose of education is to provide students with the opportunity to realize their potential and develop into highly skilled, knowledgeable, caring citizens who can contribute to their society. And as I'm reflecting on what the purpose of public education is, as stated in our Education Act, I'm also thinking of underserved students, our students with disabilities, our students from low-income households, queer and trans students, and what it means to be standing up for those voices who will be most impacted. And as we ask time and time again to support these students and more funding to support them, with caring adults in our schools, with more programming, this ministry has done the exact opposite. And while in the past I have supported and voted down the budget and tried to work with this ministry, I find that this year, this particular year, with all the fear-mongering that's being done, I cannot accept this position they're forcing us to take. This is not what partnership looks like in public education. Our students, our schools, and our communities deserve better.
Thank you, Trustee Rajakulasingam. Well, now don't have any more speakers on the list. We would move on to the vote on e-scribe. Trustees, two trustees actually. Sorry? The vote is open. Yeah, just check if they want. Yeah, to check it. First. Yeah, but with us, we don't have any more speakers, so. Trustee Shannon, sorry, I'll vote on this, right? In favor, against.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Trustee Pay against.
Trustee Williams in favor.
Trustee Hassan against.
Trustee Hastings. You vote already? He did. He voted on. It's great. You don't have to read your thumbs up now. Okay, that's carried. So trustees, can I pass the chair to Vice Chair Patel?
Go ahead, Trustee Shan.
I have a business arising motion from the budget. So my business arising motion, if I can stick to it. While they're pulling that together, trustees, we had quite a robust conversation about outdoor education, music programs, and swimming programs during the last few months. The staff themselves, in their proposals to find savings, also talked about equity of access being a concern when it comes to music programs and particularly music and pool access. We also have had past motions where we talked about increasing access to pool to communities and schools and areas that may not have access to swimming programs. And we had even discussion today around what music programs mean and how inequities exist. So I'm asking for, when appropriate in the next year, through one of those existing reporting frameworks, to bring a report on equity impact, both on our current programs and any proposed new programs. So if we can have an equity impact analysis of current programs, and then also if there are new proposals being developed, if that could be part of it, and then also bring in some suggested ways in which that could be addressed. It is just basically to ask to address an issue that often come up and identified, but substantially not delved deeper on. And I'm not asking separately for a new report on this. It'll be part of the reports that are being brought forward on these topics, but to have these forms of analysis included deliberately in a concerted way so that we can actually move forward in a meaningful direction. So I have I ask for your support, and Trustee Williams will be seconding this as well. So I'll stop with that in the interest of time.
Thank you, Chair Shan. Trustee Williams, would you like to speak on this?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. As my colleagues have stated previously, I want to start off by thanking staff for the amazing work and the extensive work that went into bringing budgetary options to us. With regard to the motion in front of us, I can't express enough the importance of equity of access to the programs, our outdoor education, swimming, the music programs. It's been said many times in this room, we don't necessarily overspend, as one of my colleagues phrased it, but we're underfunded for the needs, the educational needs of our students. The ministry, always the refrain is constantly, we've given more in funding than we've ever given before. But we all know in this space that funding given does not even match the pace of inflation. We're not provided with statutory benefit funding fully, which is a year after year mandatory expense of an employer. So with regard to access, of course, our students deserve access to these programs, the outdoor education, the music programming, the swimming programming, even though not part of core funding, are essential to the academic achievement, physical, mental health, well-being of our students, and need to be accessible to all of our students. All of our students deserve access to these programs, and that's why I support this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Before we go on the votes, I'd like to move a motion to extend the time for another half an hour. Trustee McLean, Trustee Erhard. Everyone in favor? Anyone opposed? Opposed? Trustee Nunziata opposed. Carried. Thank you. All right. On a speaker's list, Trustee. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'll be very quick. I just want to thank the movers again for their work on this. One of the reasons why I voted in favor of the overall budget is to be able to maintain that decision-making power, that representation for our communities. You know, one of the significant decisions that we did get to make as trustees was in the development of the multi-year strategic plan, working with staff on that. And a very concrete part of that decision-making was centering equity as a principle, a guiding principle through all of our work. And that commitment doesn't stop there. It's not enough to keep reading that sentence on a report. So I think this is a really great example of how we earnestly make sure that we're ensuring that equity is embedded by seeing the thinking, by actually evaluating the impact, and then continuing to make decisions from there. So I think this is a great addition in respect to the programs that we're looking at with respect to the budget, but also to keep thinking about for future programs as well in reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. Anybody else on the speakers list? Trustees online? Seeing, hearing none. Is correct.
Trustee Williams in favor.
Hassan in favor.
Baskin in favor.
Patel in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
In favor. Trustee Nunziata.
The link. Who is missing? Anybody missing?
With the business arising.
I'm waiting to throw it out.
Trustee Goss, are you online? Okay. All right, it has carried. Thank you. I'll pass back the chair. Sharon.
Thank you. Any other business arising? Go ahead, Trustee Erhard.
I have two, maybe three business arising motions. So I had one that follows directly from the budget recommendations with an element on pools and an element on outdoor education and Indigenous land-based learning. They could either go as two separate motions or they could just go together. However, we feel, I just sent them to Denise as updated in email. I'm sorry, I had many motions tonight. I can read it as well, just for the benefit of trustees. Yeah. So business arising from the 25-26 budget estimates on pools. And I would note that in the report that was presented to us along with these budget estimates, it noted that any pools not leased by September 2026 would be closed. So this is requesting that the director report back to board before scheduling the closure of any pools not leased for the 26-27 school year. And so I think it's very important, just given how the report was written, that we require a report so that we see something before it's determined that any pools be closed. As everyone knows here, I will continue to advocate and work collaboratively to protect as many of these pools as we possibly can. The other portion is on outdoor education and Indigenous land-based learning. And one of the decisions we just made closes the operations.
Can we just do one at a time? Okay. Yeah, it's just so that if trustees have questions or then kind of have a second, who's seconding this as well, Trustee McLean? So any questions, any comments on this item? It's already seconded by Trustee McLean.
Oh. No, then it's okay. I just didn't see it on the screen.
Okay, and seeing no questions, maybe we'll move on to a vote on this, on e-scribe. Sorry.
We opened the vote.
Open the votes already. Hassan in favor.
Trustee Patel in favor.
In favor.
Trustee Patel in favor, Trustee Rajakulasingam and Trustee Rajwani. Hastings.
Favor.
Hastings.
Terrific. Let's come back in.
Trustee Laskin, are you there? Trustee Rajwani.
Second and then vote against. It's allowed.
Okay, that's carried. Trustee Erhard, do you want to move your next motion?
Yes, thank you through the chair. The second portion of this is reporting back around outdoor education and Indigenous land-based learning. So if I understand correctly, as part of the budget that was just approved, we are only funding the operations of 3 of our 5 overnight outdoor education centers. And so we do not have an operating budget now for Kearney or for Sheldon. So this directs a report back because we have to get these centers back in use. We have to, Scarborough Outdoor Education Center, as a board, we've moved to request the use of proceeds of disposition. We've been told it can't be used under its current conditions, and we have asked to use proceeds of disposition to bring it back. So we need a plan to hear back on that because this is very important, I know, for all of us. In addition, I have hope that we can bring Sheldon back. It is a beautiful facility, much loved by students. We've received letters from the Student Senate. And it has the demand to be used for public use. And so I think it's very important that the director report back before the end of 2025, so before the end of this calendar year, on the progress for reopening Scarborough Outdoor Education Center, which is as per our previous board direction, continued public use of Sheldon for the latter part of the 25-26 school year. I believe that if we work, we can get it back in use by January. So let's get a report and see how this can happen through renewing the outdoor education model, which is what staff had presented to us. I believe they should include updates on fee structures that would allow for the enhanced use of all TDSB outdoor education centers, allow them all to be sustained, particularly those for overnight use. Any working arrangements that have been established for public site use and access, options to reinvest any site use and access revenues towards sustaining these outdoor education centers and their operations, and then any other options being explored, including land trusts, which is something that as a board we've done a motion on previously. Also asking that report back include progress towards Indigenous land-based learning opportunities in consultation with the Elders Council and the UIEC. This is something that this board has also moved, and we have received motions from the Urban Indigenous Community Advisory Committee related to that. So I'm hopeful that taken all together, I'll have trustees' support, and thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Erhard, do you have a seconder for this? Does anybody wants to second this note there? Trustee Wong? Okay, any discussion on this? Seeing none, let me vote on e-scribe, please.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Trustee Williams in favor.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
It's carried. Any other business arising before we, Trustee DeDavidis?
Almost there. Thank you. If staff can put the business arising motion on the screen. We had a delegation from the inner city community advisory committee, and one of the subjects of conversation was the demographic needs component funding that we receive every year. So the motion is basically twofold to ask for reports, how we spent the funding for the current fiscal year that we're in, so we can understand how that's been happening so far. But then also to get a report on how we are overspending. In the same way that for special education, we talk about we spend more than we get funded for. We need to understand, I think, as a board, how this funding that is supposed to fill gaps for those parts of our community that need the resources, what more we can do in terms of advocacy in order to communicate that to the ministry and to allow our advisory committee and other folks connected to that to help us advocate for more, because there's an obvious need that I think all of us sort of see. Don't want to take up more time. I know it's late. I'm happy to take questions if anybody has them. And thank you for Trustee Arhart for seconding the motion.
Thank you. Any questions on this motion? Seeing none, can we vote on each scribe, please? Favor. Trustee Pay?
Favor.
Wall
in favor.
The phone. Yeah. Trustees, that's the end of speakers on business arising from the budget. Or yeah, one. Okay, go ahead, Trustee. All right.
Can you hear me okay? I have one more business arising motion that is in the blue folders, and this is around the 2026 federal, provincial, and municipal budget consultations. And as a board, for the past few years, we have done a motion like this to consolidate and coordinate advocacy for all of the various budgets where there are revenue raising opportunities and where they can support children and youth in a variety of ways, including directly supporting education. And so this is a similar motion to previous years. Note that the Federal Standing Committee on Finance typically launches its budget consultations in the summer of the year prior to its budget. So that would be summer 2025 for 2026 budgets. I don't know if the change in the federal election period this year will change that timing, but that's part of why this motion is coming forward. Also because we've looked at a 2-year projection. We're going into that 2026 period that makes it all the more important. This models what has been approved in previous years. I'd add that in the areas of particular importance or effort investment across orders of government are essential. I've added support for children and youth with disabilities. Happy to take any questions, and thank you very much.
And it's seconded by Trustee Davides.
Yes, and thank you, Trustee Davides, for seconding.
Davides, you're skipping the chance to speak on it, right? We'll move on to vote if there's no other speakers on it. Okay. Please vote on each scribe. Favor.
Pay in favor.
Trustee Williams, Trustee Wong. Trustee Wong. Trustee Wong and Trustee Hastings.
Trustee Wong?
Wall in favor.
Trustee Hastings. Trustee Hastings? In favor. Okay, that's carried. That's the end of all the business arising. Trustees, I just wanted to check your willingness on some things. We have 5 items left. One of the item is the emergency motion moved by Trustee Erhard. If there's no debate on it, we could move and second and pass it. It's just if anybody sees need for a discussion debate, then I'll hold that item. How are people feeling on that? Because it's time since it's supposed to be at the end of June. Okay, you don't need to, do you need to speak on it or like 30 seconds?
Very quick motion. There's a regulatory registry posting with a deadline of June 30th on Bill 33. And so it's recommending that through our chair, we post a response and that we work collaboratively with OPSPA. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder? Trustee McLean. E-scribe? Show of hands? Okay, we'll do show of hands. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Trustees, there are 2 items that are for receipt. If you don't get to it, it doesn't impact anything, but the staff will have to come back to another meeting and wait. This is the Center of Excellence and Caring and Safe Schools. But I think I understand Caring and Safe Schools, we have a business rising motion, so we can just all go ahead, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, Chair. I think check with Ms. Joseph Dowers. If I make my business rising motion a notice of motion, will that get us and take it? So, okay, I'll do that, and then I have no need for the.
So trustees, Caring and Safe Schools Annual Report and Center of Excellence for Black Student Achievement Year 3 update. Is there interest to pass those without debate, or do you want to hold them? Can I have someone to move Caring and Safe Schools Annual Report? Trustee Pay, somebody second it. Trustee Didavides. We'll move on to e-scribe to vote on that. Or show of hands, sorry. Those in favor? Okay. Thank you, staff, for waiting on this matter. That's passed. Center of Excellence for Black Student Achievement Year 3 update 2025. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Trustee King, Trustee Williams. E-scribe or we'll do show of hands. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. Thank you to staff at Center of Excellence Black Student Achievement for waiting, and also thanks for your work. We wanted to discuss and showcase the amazing work there. We'll get an opportunity hopefully in the coming months. So that leaves us with 2 items. The next item on the list is amendment to special education plan. I'll pass to staff to introduce the item.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The special education plan is before trustees for approval. What is before trustees is overall approval of the special education plan, which we understand includes a number of operational items as well. We are happy to take any questions from trustees pending any further comments from Associate Director Luis Sorisco.
Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, through the chair. So I've been trying to wrap my head around this whole report and what is governance versus what is operations, and what we are approving versus what will go ahead irrespective of our approval. So I'm wondering if staff can comment on that and clarify that for trustees.
Help keep the TTC safe. Report any suspicious activity to station staff.
Someone's microphone is live. If you can mute, thank you. All right.
No, you go.
All right. Thank you. And I will start through the chair and ask my colleagues to support. Each school board through the chair to Trustee Dawson is required to submit a special education plan to the ministry each year. The ministry requires an approved special education plan. I will say that TDSB special education plan is quite robust, as is the case with many school boards. And there is an interest actually, just for context, in going back to earlier comments by SEAC Chair. There's an interest in making sure that the information that's provided to the public is easily accessible, easy to make our way through, easy to understand, and provides the information that's required. That probably isn't the case right now with the current plan, and there's an effort over time to actually reduce the length and how much information is included, while balancing the need to make sure that that the public has the information that is required that says, here's how we deliver special education. I'll try to get to it very quickly because we know that there are time constraints. So as I mentioned in my opening comments, the special education plan includes many operational items where, as long as we're acting within the confines of regulation, then we are covered. And so what trustees are approving is that we are within regulation in our special education plan. There's one other piece.
The standards for school board special education.
Thank you. And the minister provides standards that school board special education plans must meet. So trustees are approving that we've met the standards and that we're within regulation. And the special education plan as presented does both. However, there are, as you mentioned, some operational pieces that are included in the plan. In part, that is why the plan is presented as a whole for trustees to approve, and why it's not possible to approve individual itemized items. I hope that is helpful, Trustee Dawson.
Okay, yes, it's helpful. But just to clarify, because I think what's on all of our minds are the increased class sizes to diagnostic kindergarten and MID. And so I just want to be like, the way you're explaining it, we are just saying, yes, you've met the ministry standards. We are not here to approve the operational plan, meaning it is not within our purview to say, don't cut those classes by that amount or add to those classes by that amount. Is that correct?
Thank you. And through the chair, yes, that is correct. And I would just explain a little further. The standards are an itemized list of your special education plan must have these elements that are included. Class size caps are part of that list. And when we submit to the ministry and when you are analyzing it, the question you should be asking is this plan in alignment with legislation? And we've assured you repeatedly that yes, the class size caps are within legislation. Trustees should not be stepping into the operations of suggesting class sizes, particularly for special education, because it potentially will interfere with our ability to provide balanced support across our system. And that is our caution. Thank you.
So it would be out of order for me to move a motion to not go forward with those class size increases. Is that correct?
It's operational.
Do you want me to answer?
Through the chair, unless advised differently by our governance expert, then the answer would be that because this is an operational aspect, it is my belief and advice that would be not in order to direct. Thank you, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. Trustee Dawson, if it was being proposed as the budget item for saving money and it come, then we would have been able to reverse that. But if it's an operational programming decision, it won't be. So just the difference between where it would have been come. Yeah.
So we are simply adding a stamp of approval, not to the actual content of the plan, but to the checklist of criteria that that plan meets.
Thank you through the chair. That is correct.
Okay. I do just want to say that I have heard from, we all have heard from hundreds of people with concerns, many of whom are diagnostic kindergarten class teachers. And they do believe that this is once again, it is muddled for the public as to what is our decision versus what is an operational decision. So it is highly frustrating to me and presumably my colleagues that we are once again being told that we shouldn't be voting for something that it does not matter whether we vote for it or not because we don't have a say. So what will staff do to clarify for the public that this is operations?
Thank you, and through the chair. I think that the public discourse in our public meetings provides that clarification. I think that our openness in speaking to SEAC does that as well. I think if trustees are asking for a statement in regards to how this is divided between operation and governance, I would caution that we are one board. It's the Toronto District School Board. We are united and we are following the process of approval, and the public discourse really is the demonstration of the deep understanding of the why. We are making this operational change to enable access. So I'm sure you are frustrated. However, that is our advice. Thank you.
And if I may just add one piece, I think you've identified one of the challenges, Trustee Dawson, of operating within a school board and in similar entities. There are situations where the governance line is abundantly clear. And sometimes it's legislation or regulation that says very, very clearly, this is clearly in trustees' purview. And there are times when the operational line is abundantly clear that says this is strictly operational. There are certain circumstances, and there are a number where it is a little bit more nuanced than that, or where something is presented as naturally in order to provide a complete picture, naturally presented as an integration. And in those cases, it may not be as clear. And so I appreciate your questions that provides, as AD Sarisco has said, the opportunity to add to that clarification. We will absolutely lean to trustees' advice as to additional ways where we can continue to provide those clarifications were helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. I think that what I'm, one of my frustrations, and this is overall on the board, is the lack of consistency. So, it happens with some of our equity initiatives, our anti-racism, anti-hate, certain rules apply to some initiatives, some don't to others, or they don't to others. And this is one of those situations where we recently encountered the Principal Sketchley decision. And it was so blown up within the public that staff decided to make a statement clarifying what was an operational decision. And yet in this circumstance, we're being told it's nuanced, it's vague, when it's pretty cut and dry. Like, yes, we have a decision. No, we don't have a decision. And so I don't know, do I need a motion for a statement to be made? Like how can we work together so that the public understands all we're doing is rubber stamping a checklist of criteria? We are not endorsing adding to our head count in these extremely, extremely intense environments where students need more support, not less.
Before you respond to that, Associate Director, it's 11:30, so Can I have a motion to extend by another half an hour? Trustee Dito, it is. Trustee Dawson, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried.
Thank you, and through the chair, I urge us to remain one board, united, trustees and staff. Special education, more than any other area, is highly regulated. So the passing of the special education plan and the standards the standards are highly complex. The Education Act is highly complex. It is meant to demonstrate participation with SEAC, awareness of the board, and a oversight that you are aware and agree that we have met the standard. It shouldn't be about adjusting class sizes when the alignment to the Education Act is there. The consideration can be in budget for further investment. So the caution about putting out a statement, and again, I strongly urge trustees not to be doing that, sends a message, I believe, that we are working in opposition, instead of the Board of Trustees understanding that we are fulfilling our responsibility to look at the profile across the district and make sure all of our students have the support. And we need the operational flexibility in order to make those decisions. And we are operating within the legislated requirement, and you have verified that we are doing that. And it's not about dissatisfaction with those operational necessary moves. Thank you for your consideration.
Through the chair, I can appreciate the wanting to work together piece, and I want to work together, but I do not feel like my wanting to work together is being reciprocated whatsoever. We are in a situation where we are being blamed for decisions that are operational, yet we are not receiving support in clarifying that to the public.
Through the chair, if I may respond to any trustee who's feeling that pressure from the public or from our employees. Staff are here to be the respondent to the person who's outreaching, and that's what we're here for. I would simply ask that you refer that to your superintendent, and we will help the person who is advocating understand what the standards are, what our challenges. That is the reciprocal role. And I encourage trustees not to feel that you need to own that. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
It's not a feeling, it's a reality. So it's not, I don't just feel it. I know that this is what's happened, the narrative that's happening out there. And it's not every email that comes to me. Emails go to my colleagues. I don't know what's done with them. People have these opinions out in the public. I don't know whether they're going to their trustee about it. So I'm very disappointed that we are putting a rubber stamp on something. And I agree, the criteria has been met. So, but I am very disappointed that we are not being supported in our role as governance. It's very upsetting to me. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. I have a long list of speakers, and we are close to 25 minutes before midnight. So I'm asking trustees to be brief if we can. Trustee Arts, Trustee Earhart, Trustee Williams, Trustee Hastings, and Trustee Pay on the list. Trustee Arts.
Okay, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not going to be brief. I'm actually not even going to ask any questions. I've been on SEAC for 7 years. I'm mostly the only one who goes and has been for 7 years. The TDSB has a long history of segregating students away from the regular classroom, and especially students who are impacted by poverty and racialized boys. Students in segregated classrooms, that is ISP classes, are given lower expectations and they experience decreased educational outcomes. The TDSB has more than a decade of research that demonstrates the negative impacts in our systems of segregation on students with special education needs. And this is why the TDSB phased out HSP and kindergarten intervention programs years ago and changed the protocols for early IEPs. This is why the best practice across the province is inclusion with supports in the regular classroom wherever possible. We have a system that medicalizes differences, and despite the great work of central teams, our segregation is actually getting worse. We heard from families at SEAC last fall, and what we heard was overwhelmingly that schools are not following the best practices that we set within the TDSB. 63% of students with identifications in the TDSB are now segregated into contained classroom. That compares with 13%, 63 and 13% for the rest of the province. This is not a good thing. This is not a support system. Those students who are in IEP classes have reduced outcomes. Our own data shows that they are performing far below students in other school boards, in those school boards that have inclusive practices. So where students with identifications are supported in regular classrooms, they have positive outcomes. They don't have that in the TDSB. We don't have more students with special education needs. This is not because we have more problems. This is because of our practice. Diagnostic kindergarten and some of our programs we phased out are legacy programs. They are not programs that to the TDSB, they're not programs that other boards have. The criteria for DK says in very few cases, the support available in a special education class is sometimes recommended for kindergarten age children, those who cannot engage in curriculum and struggle with daily living, as a short-term measure to enable access to regular kindergarten curriculum. We now have more than 50 DK classes across the TDSB, mostly in high needs communities. More concerning is that 90% of those students never leave a segregated setting. Never. That means they don't graduate. That means they don't achieve at the same level. By focusing on segregation, we fail to improve outcomes. Despite many of the students in a DK program being able to engage with curriculum, those students are not being supported in a way that gains engagement, moves them back to a regular program with support. So our obligation as a board is to improve student outcomes, and we do not do that by standing in the way of change. Legacy programs are not something we can double down on. We have learned that over and over again in our system. We need to change our practices. We need to shift to an inclusive model of education. This has been a passion of mine for years. And honestly, even with all the money in the world, I would still be telling you this. The process of segregation into ISP classes is sometimes needed for very exceptional needs. But we have a lot of students who are able to engage in curriculum, who are being streamed into ISP classes, who will never graduate from our system, who do not perform on EQAO, who will not apply to post-secondary programs. And yes, they are capable of all those things. We are not an equitable system, but we can be. We are undergoing a special education review, and I invite you to join me at SEAC and participate in that review. Actually, you can participate in the review without even coming to SEAC, but participate in understanding a system that has legacy practices that needs to change.
Thank you, Trustee Yards. Trustee Earhart, Williams, Hastings, and Pay.
Thank you. And also through the chair, thank you very much to Trustee Yards for her commitment in this area. It's very noted, I think, by all of us. When the SEAC chair came to present, he recommended that there be carefully designed criteria offered. And so I wanted to ask, is it within the power of this board to request that there be transparent and carefully designed criteria with the class sizes? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. I believe that to be operational. It again is about staffing and it's about placement of students. So having the board approve criteria really is getting into the skill, knowledge, and training of our educators and looking at student profiles, looking at combinations, considering where classes need to be placed. We do this naturally and intrinsically as part of our process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think a challenge here is that others don't know about that practice. And these are some of the most vulnerable children in our system. And so, again, is it within the power of the board to request that to suggest that carefully designed criteria be developed and included in the special education plan? Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, each class type has a description within the special education plan and criteria for placement within those classes. I believe the chair of SEAC was talking about criteria to establish class size caps. The criteria that is legislated is in the Education Act as part of the standard. Thank you. So it exists.
Okay, thank you. Could we suggest that there be more carefully designed, could we suggest that there be additional design criteria added within the TDSB special education plan within the direction of the Education Act? Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, this is the work of staffing. In answer to your question, it is not recommended. Again, our analysis is of student profiles, how our students are meeting with success because of the programming, their circumstances, their diagnoses. We have consultants and coordinators working alongside our principals. We have processes that are legislated to discuss students when they're experiencing difficulty, like IPRC meetings to talk about program recommendations. Again, I reinforce that special education is the most legislated component of working within education, in my professional opinion. It is not recommended for us. And what I do here is request to demystify how we do this. And certainly staff can take back that request and work with SEAC, who we have had many presentations on this, and we commit to taking this topic back to continue to try to demystify and reassure members of our SEAC committee that we do this very thoughtfully, using the criteria that we go through. Thank you.
Thank you. That is appreciated. I have no further questions. I'll just add that the lack of trust and the need for demystifying is not just with SEAC. It's with trustees, it's with parents, it's with caregivers, it's with teachers, and it's with, in particular, those with children in these very classrooms, and it's with other people who are also caring for children in these classrooms outside of the TDSB. And so I think it's important that that be considered, that the demystifying we are hearing consistently through town halls, through constituent concerns, and through experience, that is the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Williams.
Thank you, and through the chair. So it's my understanding that what we're being asked here to approve, in this case, the amended special education plan, it could be the special education plan as well. It's a requirement under the Education Act that we approve that. That's a requirement. That's my understanding. And you can correct me if I don't understand that correctly. Also, my understanding is that this board spends more than it receives in funding for special education needs and has done that for many, many years. I believe it's in the magnitude of more than 38 million in excess of the funding that we received. With regard to the amended special education plan, I just want to get confirmation from staff that this amendment to the plan was brought to SEAC, our Special Education Advisory Committee. Did they have any recommendations with regard to the amendment? My second question, the chair of SEAC was here earlier today, and one of the asks I heard clearly was around communication. I was just on the TDSB website, and there are a couple of very clear tabs that folks can access. I don't see special education there. I know there's been work done on a site to provide clearer information. And I believe that's, you can correct me if I don't have that right, but I believe that work has been ongoing and there's an improvement of a landing page. It's not on our main page in one of the easily accessible tabs. So maybe that can be taken away for consideration. And it was also really brought home in the presentation by the SEAC chair with regards to the request for providing parents with the information. In this case, the immediate advice to parents in writing via email, the clarification that no cuts to supports or services for students with disabilities / special education needs are being made as a result of this amendment. Is that possible or is that not possible? So those were a lot of comments and questions there. I hope they were clear.
Thank you. And through the chair, SEAC has an active role in providing input or recommendations into two things, the budget and the special education plan. They do not approve the special education plan. Amendments are arrived upon through feedback from a variety of partners, from staff, from families, from SEAC members, from community members. And so that list of amendments, including recommendations from SEAC, was taken to SEAC. Concerns were shared around the two pieces that we're hearing about tonight, namely increasing class sizes in diagnostic kindergarten, which again is a TDSB construct and not in the legislation or in the ministry requirements for class size caps. However, MID, mild intellectual disability, is, and we're trying to align as our primary and intermediate classes are aligned with ministry class size caps. So that would be the MID junior class. With regards to the website, there is on the TDSB landing page, and we worked with communications and SEAC on this, a tab that clearly says TDSB Special Education and Inclusion. And we actually worked with SEAC to incorporate language that they wanted, as they felt that parents may not know what special education and inclusion refers to, and we added supporting students with special education needs and disabilities. So that is very much there. And then when you click on that, it takes you to the special education and inclusion page, which has, again, many, many pieces that SEAC recommended to staff, including an FAQ, frequently asked questions tab, that has questions that were provided by SEAC for us to include. Trustee Williams, I think there was one other question, so apologies if you can please repeat the third. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have it. I believe the request was to be making a statement in regards to the investment in special education, conversation with Communication Officer Ryan Bird. That is when the very first thing that will be in the public communication that the board actually resolved to add an investment in special education. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustees, we have about 8 minutes before we close. I'm going to suggest if we can at least wrap up this item, and all the other items will be moved to the next board meeting because they are for receipt. Trustee Hastings, Trustee Pay, and Trustee King.
Good afternoon, good evening, good night. Like to be quick? I'm asking a question, and everybody's asking the same question. Where do we find this, or could we have it, the checklist that you use for this group of people? And I have to call them a group of people. They're people that are segregated. Where do you have this list that we can have? And second point, I'm on the highway every morning, 10 and 2, 100 kilometers an hour if that allows, and I get tortured. I get tortured by my commentators, and I go through 4 stations. It isn't fun anymore. We are being accused of things, as my colleagues have said, that we have no control over. Absolutely none. But we get tortured over it, and I can't change the station. If I change it, it's the same on the next 4 station. So I ask you this, is there a list? You're telling me that, yes, I can get my complainant, very unlikely, to phone you to get an explanation. To get an explanation on what it is that we're doing that we're not doing. Could I have an answer to that through you, Mr. Chair, to the AD?
Thank you. Through the chair, Trustee Hastings, the document is called the Standards for School Board Special Education Plans. We're happy to provide that document in Trustees Weekly to trustees. However, it's also included in the introduction of the special education plan, which the introduction section, again, is prescribed by the standards document. And there's a statement that says that the TDSB special education plan adheres to the requirements of Regulation 306 and the standards for school board special education plans. At the beginning of each section of our special education plan, we also copy directly out of the standards document the purpose of each section. So for example, the transportation section will talk about what's the purpose of the transportation section as per the standards document, and the headings and subheadings for each section is also taken from the standards document. But we're happy, in addition to it being in the special education plan in multiple places, we're happy to provide that document to trustees.
In answer to your second question through the chair, an effective practice I've seen many trustees engage in is when a constituent, a parent, poses a question that is operational. You forward that email to the superintendent for reply, and then that is closed. So again, connecting the operational question to staff who would be pleased to support you. Thank you.
To you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for those wonderfully thought out answers. But I'm a paper person, as anybody that knows who I am. I want the paper. I'm also a person that listens, hears, at least I think I do, and reply. What do we do with the people that you're telling, oh, direct them to your superintendent? Radio commentators, do I phone them up and say they're talking to the wrong person? They are, I can probably name them all. There's 4 radio commentators and they torture us every morning. Do you, Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Please forward any media who outreach to you that you are not wanting to reply to Ryan Bird. Thank you.
Is that it?
Thank
Trustee?
you, Mr. Chair. It's almost the bewitching hour. I could go on for, but I don't think you want me to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Pay and then Trustee King, and hopefully we can close the speakers with that. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. I want to ask a few questions because I don't understand this special education, the class increase at the first place. I want to ask, so what happened to the student number? Is it increase, decrease this year? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, the class size caps will increase.
No, I'm asking student number, total student number. Not asking class size now.
The total student number with students with special education needs for this current year has decreased by 2,300.
By 2,300?
That's correct.
So what's the percentage?
Through the chair, I'm again wanting to be helpful. Trustee Pay, can you help me connect that question to the special education plan?
Yes, because I want to understand, I mean, the whole scenario here. If we have a decreased number of students, why we don't even know what the percentage?
So
So like-
sorry.
Yeah, I want to know the percentage. What's the percentage decrease? I know it's late, you know, my height is kind of cloudy as well, but I try to my best to ask a question.
I need
Want to know
a
number,
access to a
want to
calc-
know percentage.
Just one moment.
So I got the number 2,300. What's the percentage decrease?
40,000. 5.75%.
5 to 7%?
5.75.
Okay, 5.7%. Okay, what about is like a staff number, teachers? Do we have a decreased number of teachers as well?
Through the chair. Again, special education is highly regulated to trustee pay. And when we open ISP classes, there is a upper limit of the number of students who are placed into those classes. So it's not a typical ratio, staffing ratio as we would look at across.
No, I'm not asking like a staff ratio or student. I'm asking
Trustee Pei,
total staff number.
Sorry, I'm gonna just hold you for a second. It's 12 o'clock. So we have a couple of choices. One is either to move this item also together with other items into the next week. We can't move it because this needs to be approved and submitted, so we'll have to have a special meeting. Or we can suspend bylaws. We need 2/3, but hopefully that doesn't mean we will be here for too long, but if we get 2/3, we can suspend the bylaws and finish this item. Does somebody wants to move one of those options right now? It's
How many speaker after me, by the way?
2 more speakers. after
2
you.
more?
We got 1 more added.
I don't know. I leave it to you guys to determine.
Trustee King? We have to move to suspend bylaws because there's no way after bylaws. Okay. Okay, Trustee King is moving to suspend bylaws. Can I have a second, Trustee Dawson? All those in favor? Please show of hands. Those online, please tell us too, because we need 2/3. Okay, those opposed? 2 trustees here. Is anybody else opposed online?
Okay.
Okay. Now we have suspended the bylaws, but we can extend for 15 minutes if that's okay, because I don't think we should be here way too long. So please go ahead.
Okay, I just want to ask, like, the number of the staff, the teachers, is it decreased or stays the same? Very simple. Same or decreased?
Through the chair, the same. And if I may, through the chair to Trustee Pei.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try something. Can you ask your last question first?
Yeah, I'm just asking, like, whether the teachers' number decreased or stays the same.
Staffing is staying the same. The type of staffing will change. So we may have more EAs or SNAs.
Okay, so also, I think my question related to the motion we just passed for $2 million increase in special education. Where's those $2 million going to be go? Are hiring more staffs, or, speed out the process of assessment, or we're going to buy more equipment?
Thank you. And through the chair, we will be looking at the needs of the system and investing that $2 million in special education. It is 99.9% likely it is going to be going to increase staffing.
Okay, that's amazing. Okay, thank you. As you, Mr. Chair, so I just don't understand that the whole thing right now. We have decreased number of students by 5.7%. We have the same levels of staff, same number of staff. Now we're going to spend extra $2 million to hire more staffs, but now all of a sudden we're going to increase the class size. I cannot wrap my head around this. This is my stuff added together. Why is that? Through Ms. Chair.
Through the chair. I think that's a good question, Trustee Pei. We want to make sure that we increase the chances of success for every single one of our students, and our students with special education needs or disabilities are no exception. And I think I'd like to make a connection to the question that you're asking and Trustee Art's comments earlier. Increasingly, we have students being integrated in regular programs. And through Trustee Art's comments, we understand that to be a good thing, because what that does is increase the chances of success for students. It is very clear, as Trustee Arts articulated, and its research, our own research makes clear, and what we know from practice, that students in congregated ISP classes tend to do more poorly in overall outcomes than students with special education needs who are supported in integrated settings with the appropriate supports. We know that there are some students who require ISPs, who require congregated settings, but not all the students that TDSB puts in congregated classes, ISPs, should be in ISPs. And this is an effort, Trustee Pei, for us to redistribute the resources that we have to ensure that our students are best supported wherever they're placed, be that in a congregated setting ISP, or be that in an inclusive, integrated setting. By increasing the number operationally that are served in the designated kindergarten programs, by 2, we're not saying it won't have an impact, but we are saying that we're going to take a look at the staffing and ensure those classes remain well supported. But that allows us to consider the increasing number of students with special education needs and disabilities who are then being supported in regular classrooms. They need support, and that support has to come from somewhere. Prior to the approval of $2 additional million, we were looking to redistribute those supports. We will continue to redistribute supports and add further supports to make sure that our students are supported to the maximum degree possible, because our students are capable. We know that most are going to be achieving to a greater extent in integrated settings. So we're going to do what we need to do on that front. I hope this answers your question, Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I want to ask the director, That is, by this integration, the classes, do you really mean that when you increase the class size, you also increase the staff member into those class as well?
Through the chair, that question was answered earlier, Trustee Pei, that in most cases, the answer will be no. However, it is going to be a case-by-case scenario. Where needed, support will be increased. It depends on the needs of the students.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. You know what, to be honest, I got the answer, but I don't really understand the rationale of the answer. Because we're increased class size, but we're not increase the staff member or teachers into the class. But then we're talking about we're increase support to those students. I mean, to be honest, I really have a hard time to explain to any parents to understand this kind of scenarios. To be honest, I don't really know what we really proved today. If you say we don't approve the report, that means the class size will not increase. Through Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, to go back to your earlier question, Trustee Pei, where necessary, support will increase. And we have clarified that that trustees are approving the two aspects that were previously shared. A number of the details in the special education plan are operational, and those are the aspects that we will move forward with. Thank you, through the chair.
So, okay, through Mr. Chair, I just want to tag back to, Trustee Dawson's question. So, doesn't really matter we approve or disapprove this. The staff going to push ahead, right? Is this message I'm getting? To be honest, if that's the case, I can walk that door now. I'm not going to prove anything. I refuse to rubber stamp anything at this board. And then I got to blame for it. To be honest,
Trustee Pei,
yeah.
just as in any other organization, the sum of the parts are operational that are shared for information. Some are requested. So I think, there are going to be times in this room that we're going to have reports in which it'll have information. Some of them are policy oriented, some of them are operational. The problem is that sometimes they come together, and so the staff think that is an operational decision. We still have a lot of policy. We did make an important decision around the budget earlier today. So there is a role that we have. Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, also contribute. The role of trustees in approving the special education plan is a very important governance role. If a board was not adhering to the standards that are set in legislation, that's your job to make sure we're not going astray. And that's an important role, Trustee Pei. It is not rubber stamping. It is making sure in your fiduciary duty that staff are adhering to legislation. Thank you.
Through Mr. Chair, I do apologize. My fiduciary duty is to listen to students and the parents. I center my interest on them. Okay, I'm not going to rubber stamp something, approve something, the parents and students are against. So I want to ask the staff through you, Mr. Chair, what's the CS committee, the opinion on this? Are they been properly consulted?
Through the chair, staff shared on a number of occasions through this conversation and earlier, Trustee Pei, what SEAC's perspective has been. And trustees had the privilege of hearing directly from the SEAC chair earlier. Thank you, through the chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I must say, I firmly oppose any proposal to increase class size in special education. These classrooms serve students who need highest level support, whether due to development disability, learning challenges, or behavior need. Increases class sizes in these settings directly undermines the quality of care, instruction, and safety that our most vulnerable students rely on. I cannot finish my speech. Unfortunately, I just want to say that I will be voting against any measure that expand the special education class sizes. I urge my colleague to do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee King?
Thank you for indulging. One last question I had on my mind at PSSC and was reminded of tonight. And it's just regarding our obligation around reflecting feedback from SEAC. So I note that we have an obligation to submit a letter that states we're in compliance. And along with that, a copy of any motions or recommendations from the board's SEAC. And in the report, staff have noted that is not applicable. So I'm just wondering how or why the recommendations that we've seen from SEAC over the past year aren't reflected in this portion going to the ministry.
Thank you. And through the chair, some of the amendments, I'll give an example of, for example, when we shared that we had created interactive maps on our website to identify where, so a parent can click on diagnostic kindergarten classes, for example, and see all across the district where those classes are. That would be a recommendation that would come from SEAC that would be included there. With regards to that line that says any motions from SEAC, it's specific to the special education plan. And SEAC did not have a motion specific to the special education plan. They had a number of motions throughout the school year that were brought to either PSSC, FBEC, and then subsequently to board, but they did not have a motion on the spec ed plan. They shared feedback and concerns they had, as well as recommendations that were taken and included in the amendments, but they did not have a motion specific to the spec ed plan.
Thank you. I'm going to leave it here because it's late. I think there's a bit of semantics in there as well, but I'm gonna leave it alone.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee Patel, you have a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I got one question of clarification. What is the current wait list in DK classes? Current wait list.
Thank you. Through the chair, the current wait list we have, for diagnostic kindergarten, we currently have 35 students. Some classes actually have 4 students. Some classes have 5 students, and it's just because of where they're located. So as we move into next year and more students are going through the SEP-RC process, as we speak, we also do SEP-RC over the summer months to ensure that students have a placement for the fall. We anticipate that there will be more students needing a diagnostic kindergarten class. However, we will have still classes with 4 and 5 students just because in a particular area, there may not be additional students coming into those classes. And then in some areas, we have classes that are maxed out to the maximum number, the class size cap.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, trustees. So we'll wrap up all the speakers now. We have about a minute to finish this item. So please vote on e-scribe. Sorry, can I have a mover and a seconder? Trustee Williams? Can I have a seconder? Trustee Sriskandarajah seconding it. So e-scribe on.
Trustee Bear against.
Patel in favor.
Trustee Hassan against.
What do we need? Trustee Klein, and she said in favor? Yeah, she said in favor. Trustee Hastings?
Trustee Earhart against.
Trustee Nanziara? And who else? Who else? Lee was in favor, right? Lee? And Williams was in favor? Trustee Williams, you are in favor, yeah?
Wong against.
Do you need anybody else? Klein was yes. Nanciara, Trustee Nanciara, are you online? No. Happening. Peter?
Let's see, what is?
No, I don't see it. So what, just a clarification from the director, what would that mean in terms of next steps on this?
Thank you, through chair. We clarified through the discussion, the elements that are operational and the elements that are in fact governance. And we will proceed to submit the plan with the minute, noting the board's decision.
Thank you. What is that for, Trustee Hastings? Are you moving adjournment? So,
Yeah.
sorry,
Question.
sorry,
One question.
on,
Do you, Mr. Chair, to the director, why did you waste a half hour of our time if what we said didn't mean anything?
Trustee Hastings, no, that's not appropriate. I think that's.
I'm not being rude, I'm not being vulgar, but
No,
you
that's,
did waste.
that's
my-
not in, that's Trustee Hastings, that's not going to be entertained.
Why not?
Nobody, I mean, it was a debate. Nobody wasted nobody's time. We were all participating in that discussion, so it's important for us to.
Half an hour of my time.
And all those items that did not get discussed today will be
This was not.
advanced to the next meeting, next regular meeting. And there are a couple of notice of motion. Trustee Earhart's business arising will be turned into a notice of motion. Trustee McLean's notice of motion as well. And then can I have a mover and a seconder to adjourn? Trustee McLean, Trustee King, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried.